and friendship with those who did not win the human lottery. Scotland is often held up as a great example of a welcoming, fair and inclusive nation. We pride ourselves on our open arms and like to think that no matter where you were born, you will get a friendly and warm welcome if you decide to make Scotland your home. The collective concern of neighbours to those affected by the dawn raids in the south side of Glasgow filled me with hope. However, it would be naive of me to leave you with such a one-sided view. There are still many corners and communities in Scotland where lives are negatively affected by discrimination and a close-minded attitude to those not lucky enough to be born here. We must not get complacent about the perception of Scotland as a tolerant and welcoming nation. We need to actively champion and live this label. In the 70th anniversary year of the Refugee Convention, let it remind us that we all deserve to live a life of dignity, and the right to seek asylum is a fundamental human right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next item of business is consideration of Business Motion 963 in the name of George Adam on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, setting out revisions to this week's business. Any member who wishes to speak against the motion should press their request to speak button now. I call on George Adam to move the motion.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Formally moved.
Thank you. No members asked to speak against the motion. Therefore, the question is that motion 963 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed. The next item of business is topical questions. In order to get in as many people as possible, short and succinct questions and answers are always very welcome. And I call Oliver Mundell.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what analysis is made of the joint statement by the World Health Organisation and UNICEF on the need to prioritise in-person classroom-based learning as efforts to manage the COVID-19 pandemic continue.
Cabinet Secretary Shirley-Ann Somerville.
I welcome the statement from the WHO and UNICEF that educating children safely must be the primary objective. Throughout the pandemic, the Scottish Government has done just that. We have prioritised in-person learning and taken all possible actions to ensure measures across wider society support our commitment to ensure schools are low risk, open and welcoming. To support this ambition and to minimise the impact of educational disruption, we have invested over £450 million over 2021 and 21-22 in additional teachers and support staff, digital devices and connectivity, support for the workforce and enhanced cleaning regimes and ventilation systems.
Oliver Mundell.
I thank the Minister for that commitment, and I know it will be welcomed by many parents and young people, but it cannot be conditional as we move forward. Ensuring our children and young people can go to school in person must be our top priority. Does the Cabinet Secretary understand that there is a real fear when the Scottish Government talks about the need for caution and the possibility of a reverse gear, that this may see further impact on our schools? No matter what happens with other restrictions, will she take the opportunity today to rule out a wholesale return to blended learning, which so disproportionately impacts on those who need our education system the most?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, we're in the very early days of the new academic year, and of course we're monitoring the situation of the return to schools very closely. I would say to Oliver Mundell and to others across the chamber, the best way to protect education is for all of us to follow the wider societal guidance that we have. This government, as I said in my original answer, right from the start of the pandemic, has attempted to prioritise in-school, face-to-face education. and have only taken the decision to move away from that if there was no other options available to this government. We're not at that stage at this point. There are many things that we can all do to protect ourselves, to protect our community and protect our children and young people, to ensure that they are having face-to-face education. That is why we've taken a cautious approach to the reopening of schools, keeping many mitigation measures in place, controversial though that was, particularly for some people within the Conservative benches. But we've done that, and we've taken that cautious approach for exactly the reason Oliver Mundell is asking me to do, is to protect that face-to-face education that children have the right to have within Scotland. Oliver Mundell.
I think many parents and young people would have liked to hear the Cabinet Secretary go a little bit further there, but I do accept the sentiment and the support for in-person learning. The World Health Organization and UNICEF also talk about making sure the right mitigations are in place. Vaccination is surely the strongest tool we have, and we quite simply would not be where we are without the vaccine rollout, guided by the expert advice of the JCVI and others. I appreciate that there are many complicated questions and trade-offs, but I wondered if the Cabinet Secretary could update Parliament on the rollout of the vaccination programme, both in terms of young people themselves and the possibility of booster vaccinations for school staff.
Cabinet Secretary.
If I can reiterate it once again to Oliver Mundell, we're not at the point to look at something like a national approach to blended learning. We are not there. What we are saying as a government is we have to ensure that every part of society, every sector, every person does everything that they can to protect ourselves and our community and protect the education of our children and young people. And that's exactly what this government is looking at. And there's an encouragement, not just for people within the education sector, but right across the society to do that. He mentions vaccinations, and I would once again commend the many young people who have come forward directly for the vaccination, particularly for the 16 to 17-year-olds. We're approaching nearly 50% of that at this point, and that is an exceptional proactive statement that's been made by our young people, which once again shows that they are taking this very, very seriously, and I commend them absolutely for that. We'll of course look at further recommendations and advice from the JCVI as it comes out, and we are absolutely stand ready to move very, very quickly if any further recommendations from the JCVI are made, whether that's on booster vaccinations or indeed for vaccinations for the over 12s in general.
Michael Mara.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can the Minister provide an urgent update on what tangible action has been taken over the summer to improve ventilation in classrooms? And can I ask the Minister whether she will include teachers and support staff in the COVID booster vaccine programme, when, as I believe, the guidance is to be finalised this week?
Cabinet Secretary.
When it comes to ventilation, the member will be aware that we are providing an additional £10 million to ensure that schools and childcare settings have access to CO2 monitoring. We already have a large number of local authorities that have done a lot of work on this over the previous academic year, in much part due to the recovery funding that the Scottish Government provided to them, which I mentioned in my original answer. We are, of course, now working with all local authorities to make sure that they are completing assessments of their schools and early learning and childcare settings by the October half-term. But of course there is ongoing work on this on a day-by-day basis to ensure that we have that information available. As I said in my answers to Oliver Mundell, we are of course looking very carefully at anything that comes from the JCVI guidance about booster vaccinations, and anything that any advice that happens around occupational groupings. That hasn't been a step that has been taken within the original vaccination programme, but we will always look to see what can be done and listen to the clinical advice that we are receiving as a government on these issues.
Siobhan Brown.
Thank you. To ask what discussions the Scottish Government has had with the Ministry of Defence regarding the potential use of vacant armed forces houses in Scotland for refugees in Afghanistan, from Afghanistan.
I think that's possibly for the next topical question rather than myself, presiding officer, I hope.
Yes, I think there's a little misunderstanding there, but we look forward to hearing from Ms Brown shortly. Can I move on to question number 2? Bob Doris.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government whether it will provide an update on the preparation and planning being undertaken to support people fleeing Afghanistan who may be resettled in Scotland.
Cabinet Secretary Angus Robertson.
Thank you very much. May I thank the member for Glasgow, Maryhill and Springburn for raising this very timely and important question. The Scottish Government is clear that Scotland must play a full role in supporting people fleeing Afghanistan, and we continue to push the UK Government to accept more people. We're working with partners, including the UK Government, local government, the third sector and community organisations to ensure a warm welcome for people arriving in Scotland from Afghanistan. Scottish local authorities are already welcoming people arriving under the Afghan relocations and assistance policy for locally employed staff and supporting them to settle in their new homes and communities. We're pressing the UK Government for more details of the new Afghan Citizens Resettlement Programme so the detailed planning for their arrival can take place.
Bob Doris.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. And Scotland and the UK indeed has a moral responsibility to do all we can to support those fleeing Afghanistan and who may settle in Scotland. And thanks for putting on the record, Cabinet Secretary, the role Scotland's local authorities already play in resettling refugees. But can I ask for details of how many of Scotland's councils have committed to supporting resettlement of Afghan families to date, the amount of properties anticipated, the types of properties anticipated or that have been identified or will be identified going forward for Afghan families, because there's undoubtedly going to be great need?
Cabinet Secretary.
We need a great deal more detail from the UK Government about the new Afghan Citizens Resettlement Programme to fully answer the question that my friend has asked, and in conjunction with local authorities plan our full response. Scotland is committed to playing our part in welcoming and supporting people fleeing Afghanistan. That's the reason why today, together with Scottish Government colleagues, I met with members of the Scots Afghan community, NGOs, and the Scottish Refugee Council and the Convention of Scottish Local Authorities. Last Friday, the First Minister and I met with the UK Government. We're seeking those answers from the UK Government to ensure that we can provide maximum possible support for Afghans who need refuge in this country.
Bob Doris.
I welcome that further update, Presiding Officer. It would be good if the Cabinet could just confirm how many local authorities have confirmed their willingness to be part of that resettlement programme. But you've mentioned the UK Government, so can I ask what discussions there has been with the UK, between the UK and Scottish Governments to ensure there's appropriate financial commitments to support vulnerable families settling in Scotland, be that financial support to local authorities or to wider support services, including support networks such as Glasgow Afghan United, wider integration networks, and of course the Scottish Refugee Council, all of whom have a crucial role to play in welcoming and supporting vulnerable Afghan families. Cabinet Secretary.
Bob Doris makes a very important point. There are a large number of reasons why there are connections between Afghan refugee seekers and both the Afghan community in Scotland, but also organisations. We probably are all aware of non-government organisations that have worked on the ground in Afghanistan with the support and help of people now seeking refuge in our country. We will all be aware of military units based in Scotland that have been supported over years by Afghan translators and fixers. And there are many Afghans who have studied in Scotland. All of these are people who have connections to communities in this country, and one of the issues that I've been pressing the UK Government on, in addition to the key financial issues that Bob Doris has raised, is ensuring that people who have community relations can, through the clearing system being operated by the Home Office and the MOD, find a safe haven in Scotland, because they are incredibly welcome here.
Pauline McNeill.
Can I welcome the Minister has met with many of the Afghanistan communities directly. But does the Minister agree that our obligation to the people of Afghanistan cannot be met properly without supporting our local government to provide resettlement programmes and voluntary organisations on the ground? Can the Minister indicate how many Afghan refugees the Scottish Government is hoping to support And will the Minister assure me that he is making representations to the UK Government about the various different categories of Afghan asylum seekers, including those who would arrive by boat having escaped, but who would currently be disqualified automatically under the current rules, and that they need humanitarian protection with routes to safety?
Cabinet Secretary.
McNeill raises a very important point, and she might have added to her list the literally hundreds, if not thousands, of Afghans who have been refused asylum in the UK thus far, who still face, technically, the threat of deportation back to Afghanistan. Surely that's not a situation that can stand, given the situation that we find ourselves in. I hope parties across this House are agreed that people who find themselves in that situation should, in addition to those who have been successfully transported to the UK, are able to remain here and have their refugee status accepted. I really hope that there can be cross-party coordination to ensure that Scotland can speak with one voice on these questions. We should never lose sight of the fact that the last time we were called on to stand and support refugees to this country, which was from Syria, every single one of Scotland's 32 local authorities played their part, and Scotland resettled over 3,300 refugees. That's 16% of the total number received by the UK under the Syrian resettlement scheme. There are a lot of questions that still need to be answered about the financial aspect of how we can manage this, and local authorities can be supported. We're asking the UK Government for answers to those questions. We will continue to pose them, but hopefully with goodwill on all sides, we can help accommodate as many people as we possibly can. They deserve our support.
Siobhan Brown.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'll try again. To ask what discussions the Scottish Government has had with the Ministry of Defence regarding the potential use of vacant armed forces housing in Scotland for refugees from Afghanistan.
Cabinet Secretary.
Can I thank my colleague for the advance notice of her question? And I think it's an important one that we looked at every single opportunity about how accommodation can be provided to people arriving on these shores. She makes a very good point. The MOD is a very large landowner and has a significant amount of accommodation throughout the UK, and that is something that I'll be happy to raise with the Secretary of State for Defence, Ben Wallace, who I've been in touch with about other issues in relation to helping and supporting Afghans who have had a particular connection to Scottish military units.
Thank you. That concludes topical questions. The next item of business is a statement by Nicola Sturgeon on agreement with the Scottish Green Party. The First Minister will take questions at the end of her statement, and so there should be no interventions or interruptions. I call on Nicola Sturgeon. First Minister.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. I'm very pleased to confirm to Parliament today details of the wide-ranging cooperation agreement that has been reached between the Scottish Government and the Scottish Green Party, and now endorsed overwhelmingly by our respective party memberships. In nature, scope and intent, this agreement is genuinely groundbreaking in both Scottish and UK politics. It represents a new and, I hope, a better way of doing politics. Of course, while the agreement is the product of much negotiation and some compromise, it is also a leap of faith for both parties, but it is one that we are taking willingly and for the common good. The challenge and the discipline of working together, of not allowing the issues on which we disagree to obscure those on which we do agree, will undoubtedly take us out of our comfort zones. The SNP and the Scottish Greens, albeit joining together in government, are and will remain distinct entities with different identities and points of view. But this agreement is founded on shared convictions and common principles. It is based above all on our recognition that the times we are living through render a business-as-usual approach simply not good enough. Scotland, like most of the rest of the world, faces significant challenges in the years ahead and also many opportunities, and many of these are deeply interrelated. We must tackle the latest surge in COVID cases while leading and supporting the country's economic and social recovery from the pandemic. We must ensure that the recovery is a green and sustainable one, and address with urgency and determination the climate and nature crises which threaten the planet and the security of this and future generations. We must, unfortunately, address and mitigate the consequences of Brexit, which are becoming more serious by the week as labour scarcity and interrupted supply chains lead to shortages on supermarket shelves and elsewhere. Shortages that should be unthinkable in a country like the UK and which are, make no mistake, a direct and shameful result of the Brexit disaster. We must defend our Parliament against UK Government power grabs that are undermining the very principles on which it is founded. And as we do so, recognise that the best way, not just of protecting this Parliament from Westminster, but also equipping it with the full powers it needs to build a fairer, more prosperous country, is to make this Parliament independent of Westminster. That is why fulfilling our democratic mandate to let the Scottish people choose our own future is a key strand of this agreement. These are the inescapable challenges that confront us. How we respond to them will shape Scotland now and for the decades ahead. In the face of the magnitude of these challenges, and for this we all bear a share of responsibility, our politics can too often seem small, polarised, divided, focused on self-interest rather than the national interest. Perhaps I'm seeing evidence of it already today. If we are to meet the moment, Presiding Officer, we must all of us try to do politics differently. And in this agreement, the Scottish Government and the Scottish Greens are accepting our responsibility to do that. Genuine disagreement, honestly and respectfully debated and, of course, resolved through the ballot box is, of course, the essence of democracy. But we also have a duty to reach beyond our disagreements and, in the interests of progress, maximise the consensus between us. That is essential if we are to find the solutions needed to solve the big problems confronting Scotland and the world. And in both my view and in my experience, cooperation and collaboration in place of division and acrimony is what most people want to see much more of from their politicians. Of course, that spirit of cooperation and consensus building is also very much in keeping with the founding principles of our Scottish Parliament. Arguably, it has never been more important for us, all of us, to live up to these principles, and that is the motivation for reaching this agreement. It is not a full coalition. Our parties will retain distinct voices and independent identities, but it sets out processes of cooperation and consultation that will enable a firm foundation for the delivery of our shared and transformative policy objectives, and indeed for the Scottish Government's wider legislative and policy programme. As part of that, for the first time in UK politics, it will see Greens enter national government as ministers, working in a spirit of common endeavour, mutual challenge and collective responsibility to deliver for the people we serve. And to that end, I look forward later this afternoon to seeking Parliament's approval for the appointment of Lorna Slater and Patrick Harvey as Scottish Ministers. An agreement like this is not something that would be seen as in any way remarkable or even unusual in other parts of Europe, but it does represent an important landmark for politics across the UK. Most importantly of all, however, this agreement provides a strong foundation, I hope, across the lifetime of this Parliament for bold and decisive action. After all, its ultimate test, as with any arrangement of this kind, isn't about how well the signatories get on, it's about what we deliver. There is, of course, and rightly so, a strong environmental theme to our shared policy agreement. We recognise the urgency of the climate and nature crisis and also the challenges inherent in tackling them. But we also appreciate that with the right approach and a commitment to climate justice, the transition to net zero will create economic opportunities and improve the well-being of all of us. We are determined to seize and realise those opportunities. Over the session of this Parliament, we will do more to decarbonise our transport network and support active travel. We will dedicate at least 10% of the Scottish Government's overall travel budget to active travel, cycling, walking and wheeling. We will significantly increase investment in public transport. We will work to cut the emissions from it and also to make it more accessible and affordable.
with a commitment to free bus travel for young people, for example. And we will, of course, bring ScotRail into public ownership. All of these measures will help us by 2030 reduce car kilometres by 20%. Vital if we are to meet our climate targets, but also important to improving the environment in communities and neighbourhoods, the length and breadth of our country. We will also support the essential transformation in how we heat our homes and buildings. This term of Parliament will see investment of at least £1.8 billion in energy efficiency and renewable heating. We will do more too to protect our natural environment. We will designate a new national park, plant more trees, including more native species, and protect more of our seas. And we will work right across the economy to support a just transition to net zero, with just transition plans for all sectors and regions and a new green industrial strategy with investment in skills at its heart. As part of that, we will support and accelerate the necessary and inevitable transition from fossil fuels to renewable and low-carbon sources of energy. Through this agreement, we will deliver a stronger package of support for marine renewables and offshore wind and significantly increase our onshore wind capacity. And we will also establish a 10-year, £500 million Just Transition Fund for the North East and Moray, to ensure that the jobs and communities dependent on our oil and gas sector are not left behind, and that we instead use the considerable infrastructure, skills and expertise of that sector to help drive and speed up the development of cleaner alternatives. Our agreement will also help make Scotland fairer as a country. It will tackle child poverty and deliver stronger rights for tenants, including an effective system of rent controls, so that housing in the rented sector is more affordable and more secure, especially for families and for young people. We will make the investment in this Parliament to support the delivery of 110,000 new affordable homes between now and 2032. And we will reform our public services, including through the establishment of a national care service, perhaps the biggest public sector reform that this Parliament will ever have undertaken. Improvements too in mental health and work to improve education and close the poverty-related attainment gap. And finally, as I indicated earlier, this agreement does confirm our intention to give people in Scotland the choice of independence. The mandate for that is undeniable. Between us, the SNP and the Greens won 72 of the 129 seats in this Parliament, and each one of us was elected on a clear commitment to an independence referendum. But just as the mandate is undeniable, the reason for a referendum is just as important. As we emerge from this pandemic, the kind of country and society that Scotland is now and becomes in future, and the decisions that will shape our society and economy and our place in the world, must be determined democratically here in Scotland and not imposed upon us so often against our will by government at Westminster. Presiding Officer, the agreement we have reached offers a clear vision of the sort of country Scotland can become, a greener, fairer and, yes, independent nation. It also recognises and puts into practice an approach to politics that sees parties try to work together for the common good. I firmly believe that is what most people in Scotland want to see. I hope this agreement, as we move now to implement it, will demonstrate that when we step out of those comfort zones and when we embrace cooperation, we enhance our ability to deliver the ideas and the practical policies that can meet the scale of the challenges we face. Of course, this agreement is novel in terms of UK politics, but across Europe and in many countries around the world, arrangements like this are commonplace, and they are based firmly on the idea that cooperation, rather than confrontation, will lead to better outcomes for the people across our country. This Parliament has undoubtedly secured some significant achievements in the last 2 decades, and all parties can and should take credit for that fact. But there have also been times, especially in more recent years, and this is not unique to Scotland, when our politics has been toxic and polarised, and because of that, we have sometimes seemed collectively incapable of properly living up to the expectations of those we serve. And just as we can all and should all take some credit for our successes, we all must bear some responsibility for our shortcomings. And I believe we all have an obligation to make positive change. This agreement represents a renewed commitment from the Scottish Government to do so. While it is, at political level, an agreement between the SNP and the Greens, I hope, and I mean this sincerely, that over time it can and it will encourage greater cooperation between all parties in this Parliament. There are issues, including, perhaps especially, the Constitution, on which we disagree profoundly and passionately. That is, I suspect, unlikely to change. Though even on these fundamental issues, perhaps we should all make an effort to disagree more civilly. But there are many other issues, Presiding Officer, especially as we recover from the pandemic and address the climate emergency, where I believe acres of common ground can be found if we are willing to find it, while still acknowledging and respecting our disagreements. So despite all of the risks inherent in any decision of two parties to cooperate more closely, and with a full appreciation of the compromise and the ups and downs that an agreement like this will entail, the SNP and the Greens are choosing to work together. We're doing that because we believe in a time of great challenge, a better, more collaborative politics is needed so that a better Scotland can be built. And we are resolving to spend the next 5 years working together to build it. As we do so, I make an open and sincere offer to work whenever and wherever possible with others across this chamber too, and I hope that offer will be accepted. Presiding Officer, this agreement is a milestone in this Parliament's progress. It sets out how the SNP and the Scottish Greens will work together as the Scottish Government. It demonstrates our commitment to a new and a better way of doing politics, and it does provide the strong platform needed to deliver the transformative policies that will build a greener, fairer country and make people's lives across Scotland better. For all these reasons, I enthusiastically commend it to the Chamber.
Thank you. The First Minister will now take questions on the issues raised in her statement. I intend to allow around 40 minutes for questions, after which we'll move on to the next item of business. It would be helpful if members who wish to ask a question were to press the request to speak buttons now. And I call Douglas Ross.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Finally, the SNP Green Deal has done something for the environment. Because Nicola Sturgeon has just spent the last 15 minutes recycling the exact same speech she gave last week. The exact same speech that she used to try and convince everybody this coalition isn't actually a coalition. Now, I know Nicola Sturgeon lectures us all that she speaks at a higher level of intelligence than everyone else. But trying to claim that this is not a coalition, well, that is quite simply a joke, even by SNP standards. And this is a nationalist coalition with one overriding goal: separating Scotland from the United Kingdom. Yet again, a divisive referendum has come first, as it always does with this government. It's a simple fact that Nicola Sturgeon made this nationalist deal her priority over a programme for government, which should have been announced today, as it normally always is at the start of a term. And she made it a priority over a flimsy NHS recovery plan that was more of a PR pamphlet. Once again, the SNP have got their priorities all wrong. They've turned their backs on jobs, our economy, the oil and gas industry, and on car drivers. This isn't a deal for hard-working Scotland. This coalition will hammer everyone who works hard, everyone who runs a business, everyone who owns a vehicle. This is not a deal that works for Scotland. This is a deal that works for Nicola Sturgeon. She failed to get a majority, and this deal is a consequence of that. Absolutely right. This deal is one that nobody wanted, even the Greens. In Lorna Slater's own words, before a promotion was dangled in front of her, an SNP Green Deal would be, and I quote, a terrible idea. So let me ask the First Minister, when her Green colleagues say she has made, and again this is a direct quote, a significant change of direction on her approach to oil and gas, how many of Scotland's 100,000 oil and gas jobs will be put at risk by this change of direction? And since Nicola Sturgeon is appointing ministers who don't believe in economic growth, will Nicola Sturgeon now admit her financial case for Scottish independence is based on harming Scottish businesses and cutting Scottish jobs?
First Minister.
Presiding Officer, it seems that rising to the challenge of doing politics better or even vaguely competently is for the moment beyond Douglas Ross. But hopefully, as this Parliament progresses, that will change. I think in that barely coherent set of questions, I think Douglas Ross really misses the point. We face big challenges, and it is incumbent on all of us not to disregard our disagreements, but to work beyond our disagreements to find the areas where we can agree, work together for the good of those we represent. That is how we're going to proceed in this Parliament, certainly on the part of those of us on these benches. And I think other parties in this chamber, in response to that, have a choice. They can join with us, respect our disagreements, but try all of us collectively to work together, or push themselves more and more to the margins of Scottish politics, where they simply hurl insults from the sidelines. And before I come on to the two specific questions that Douglas Ross posed to me, let me say this. Not only is Douglas Ross's rhetoric, in my view, given the scale of the challenges we face and the responsibilities we all bear, deeply inappropriate, it is also deeply, deeply ironic. Right now across this country, there are shortages of food on our supermarket shelves. In England, at least at the moment, the health service has been told to ration blood tests because of a shortage of test tubes. Children are being told that there may be shortages leading to a lack of toys for Christmas, all because of Mr Ross's party's obsession with Brexit. Isn't it about time he took some responsibility and recognised the importance of coming together to try to address these challenges? Turning now to oil and gas, I recognise, and it's a responsibility I take extremely seriously, that we must meet the climate emergency. And yes, that does mean making a transition, and a rapid enough transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy in order to do that. But I don't want to see jobs lost in the North Sea. That is why at the heart of this agreement is a just transition deal of £500 million specifically for the North East, so that we can harness the skills, the infrastructure, the expertise of that sector and use it to drive the development of those alternatives. And here's a suggestion. Perhaps in the spirit of consensus and cooperation and collaboration, perhaps we might hear the UK Government agree to match the Scottish Government's commitment to a just transition deal for the North East and Moray. So let's hear some substance in place of Mr Ross's rhetoric. And finally, on the question of independence, Mr Ross and I fundamentally disagree on the future of Scotland. My vision of the future of Scotland is a prosperous, fair, green country. But I believe in democracy. I believe in the right of the Scottish people to decide their own future. That's the prospectus I put to the Scottish people in May. And as I said, between us, the SNP and the Greens won 72 of the 129 seats. So democracy demands that the Scottish people get the right to decide. And it's only a politician that fears the outcome of such a choice that would seek to block the right of the Scottish people to make it.
Anna Sarwar.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This coalition agreement, for that is what it is just formalising the agreement in the last Parliament, where Nicola Sturgeon and the SNP hammer our public services with cuts and the Greens simply nod it through. Cut through the spin and the now typical boasts of historic moments. This is no new government. This is not a clean start. This is a deal that is more about the Constitution, not the climate. I am all for common ground being found and cooperation on issues that parties agree on. But this deal is not about delivering greater accountability and transparency in this Parliament. It's about the opposite. It's about greater control for Nicola Sturgeon and the SNP, not cooperation. The Greens can't pretend to be in government and pretend to be in opposition at the same time. At this time of acute economic, public health and climate crises, Scotland needs a government focused on bringing our country together and addressing the urgent issues at hand. Unemployment, child poverty, drugs deaths, clearing the NHS backlog, the climate emergency. That's what faces and confronts our country. So does the First Minister understand that bringing our country together means more than just working with people that agree with you on the Constitution? Does she understand that our national recovery must truly be our collective national mission, and that it must be more than just warm words, it must be ambitious action too? And finally, will she confirm which ministers will be losing their jobs for the appointment of 2 new ones?
First Minister.
An election campaign, and indeed we've heard more of it today, hearing Anna Sarwar talk about the responsibility on all of us to focus on what we agree on, not what we disagree on. I actually agree with him and commended him during the election campaign for striking that tone. I think the problem is that so far there is nothing from Anna Sarwar to suggest that that has anything in substance and is any more than rhetoric. Because all of the challenges that he has rightly alluded to today are exactly the challenges that this agreement sets out concrete actions, investments, plans and policies to address, not in rhetoric but in substance. And we have agreed to do that, notwithstanding the disagreements between us. So we are, both of us, being prepared to compromise, being prepared to cede some control and come together in order to do better for the country. And, you know, in the days after the election, and Anna Sarwar knows this, I invited Patrick Harvie and Lorna Slater in to talk about how we could cooperate. I also invited Anna Sarwar in to talk about how the SNP and Labour may cooperate. The difference is that the Scottish Greens took that seriously, went away and thought about it and came back and tried to work towards an agreement. So I say to Anna Sarwar now, it's not too late to be part of that consensus. There is a strategic choice for the opposition parties in the face of this agreement. I think I'm fairly certain which choice the Conservatives will make. I think it is perhaps more of an open question which choice Labour will make, and I suspect it will define much of Anna Sarwar's leadership of his party, because the choice is coming with us to try to find the common ground, respecting our disagreements and working together to meet the challenges, or moving more and more to the margins of politics along with the Conservatives. So I make an open invitation to Anna Sarwar again today to work with us, to cooperate, to be part of that consensus building, because I agree with them, that's what the country needs. But it takes courage to do it, it takes boldness to do it, and it takes a willingness to do it in substance, not just in empty rhetoric.
Audrey Nicholl.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The cooperation agreement includes a £500 million Just Transition Fund for the North East and Moray. Can the First Minister provide further detail on how the fund will support people seeking to move from the oil and gas sector to green jobs?
First Minister.
Well, the £500 million Just Transition deal is vital in making not just the transition from oil and gas to renewables, but doing that in a fair and just way. We will set out in the period ahead the detail of how that fund will operate and the objectives which it will support. We will be working with partners, communities and other stakeholders to take it forward. It is intended to accelerate the transition of the region, support the role of Aberdeen and the wider North East as a centre of excellence for the development of new technologies and the transition to a net zero economy. The scope, timing and design of the fund will be developed in consultation with stakeholders and set out to Parliament as soon as possible.
Liam Kerr.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First Minister, I'd like to press for clarity on oil and gas, please. Patrick Harvie has bragged that the Greens have changed significantly the First Minister's position on the future of our oil and gas sector and the tens of thousands of jobs it supports. Lorna Slater stated she wants to shut the industry down within the next 4 years. So does this government support new oil and gas exploration and production, or Lorna Slater's closure plans?
First Minister.
Well, the agreement sets out exactly what we agree on, and as far as my view is concerned around new exploration, I set that out in a letter to the Prime Minister, just as it is the case, that new licences for exploration have to be assessed against the climate emergency. So too, in my view, should existing licences before production goes ahead. We face an inescapable climate emergency. We have to recognise that it is not any longer consistent with tackling that climate emergency simply to assume we can go on and on with unlimited extraction of fossil fuels. But we must support a fair and a just transition. I think the oil and gas sector recognises that. The responsibility on government is to make sure we are providing the support and the investment to do that. Parties like the Conservatives will no doubt go on burying their heads in the sand in the face of the climate emergency. We will not do that. We will provide the leadership to make sure that this country meets its targets on climate change, that it transitions to net zero by 2045, and that we take the jobs and the expertise, the skills and the infrastructure built up over decades in the oil and gas sector and use those to drive the alternatives that we need. Other parties, I hope, will be part of that, but all of us have an inescapable duty to meet the climate emergency head-on.
James Dornan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First Minister, I acknowledge the Scottish Government commitment to prioritising the COVID recovery. However, as you said earlier in your opening statement, it is right that the people of Scotland have a say in what that recovery looks like in the long term. Can you outline for the Chamber how this agreement between the SNP and the Greens strengthens the democratic mandate for an independence referendum to ensure that as we rebuild from the COVID pandemic, we also build that fairer and greener Scotland that we all want?
First Minister.
Well, first and foremost, we have a duty. I have a duty as First Minister to continue to lead the country through the ongoing COVID crisis. I'll make a statement here tomorrow on the latest COVID situation and the steps we need to continue to take collectively to tackle the increase in transmission. But as we come out of the acute crisis, as we recover our economy, our society, our whole way of life, we have big choices to take and to make about the kind of country we are recovering to. We're not alone in that regard. Countries across the world are asking themselves these questions. And I believe that the answers to those questions should be shaped and decided here in Scotland by our democratically elected government and parliament, not imposed upon us by a Westminster government that, as we see so powerfully on Brexit, is intent on taking us in a direction that the majority do not want to go in. You know, the question here is not whether we all in this parliament agree on the question of independence. Clearly we don't, and that is perfectly legitimate in a democracy. The question is, are we all prepared to agree in the basic principle of democracy, that election mandates should be honoured and that questions over the future of our country should not be taken by politicians but by the people of our country? The arithmetic in this Parliament is there and it is clear. There is a mandate for an independence referendum that should be honoured, and I am determined that it will be honoured, and the people of Scotland will decide the future of this country.
Jackie Baillie.
In February 2021, the Greens supported Scottish Labour's demand for a minimum of £15 an hour for social care workers in the budget. Less than 2 weeks later, clearly nobbled by the SNP, the Greens abstained on the same demand. It appeared in the Green manifesto, but not in the SNP manifesto. And try as I might, I can find no reference to it in the SNP Green agreement. So can I ask the First Minister, when will social care workers get £15 an hour, or have the Greens sold out? Can I also ask if the Greens will be bound by collective responsibility in relation to planning applications, such as that submitted by Flamingo Land at Loch Lomond?
First Minister.
Jackie Baillie has been in this Parliament since its inception. She is very well aware of the constraints on ministers when it comes to planning applications, and I'm actually quite surprised that she has asked a question of that nature when she knows how ill-founded it is. But on the other question, can I say to Jackie Baillie, any member of this chamber will be able to find lots of examples of where the Greens and the SNP don't agree and haven't agreed in the past. But what we have done, and this is the whole point of what we are doing, we have come together to focus on where we do agree, but also crucially, we've come together to work together to find the ways of achieving the things we agree on. So on the question of pay for social care workers. Yes, we want to achieve that. But the Greens, to their great credit in my view, have decided to come into government to be part of working out through our budgets and through our decision-making how we deliver that, rather than simply standing on the sidelines shouting for something to happen with no consideration at all of how to make it happen. It is the difference between achieving nothing in opposition and achieving lots by having the guts to go into government and take the decisions required.
Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Presiding Officer, this is thin gruel for the Green Party. The SNP government have barely had to budge. Take education, something that in the last Parliament the Greens worked with us to reform. Yet every single education policy in this agreement document was existing government policy before those negotiations began. The Greens haven't moved the dial at all. In fact, this deal takes us backwards on education. All opposition parties voted in 2018 to halt the national testing of primary ones. There was a parliamentary majority backed by teachers and by parents to that end, one which the SNP government chose to roundly ignore. The First Minister told us that testing would not lead to league tables, and yet there are now league tables in the national press. So will national testing of 4- and 5-year-olds finally be abolished, or have the Greens surrendered the parliamentary majority that existed in support of that abolition as well?
First Minister.
I think it's a bit rich, I have to say, from the leader, and my congratulations to Alex Cole-Hamilton on his election as leader. But the leader of a parliamentary group that doesn't even yet doesn't any longer qualify as a parliamentary group because it lost ground in the election, to criticise a party that increased its presence in this Parliament and is actually intent on trying to achieve change for the people that they represent. The Greens, over all of the years I've been in government, have, through cooperation and constructive opposition, achieved more than the Liberal Democrats have. And they will achieve even more in government.
Excuse me. Sorry, members. There's a lot of conversations going on. I understand that we're all very pleased to be back in the chamber, but we can catch up later. So can we please focus on the business and make sure that we're hearing those who are speaking at any point in time? Thank you.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I say I'm absolutely delighted to be back in the chamber and enjoying it very much indeed so far. But the Greens, I'm sure, will achieve a great deal in government through collaboration, cooperation and being constructive around getting things done. And I say again to the opposition parties across this chamber, the offer is there for all of us to try to come together and find the areas we can agree on. The question will be who is prepared to do that and who isn't. The Greens, to their credit, are, and it remains to be seen whether anybody else is willing to work in that constructive way.
Rona Mackay.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The agreement between the Green Party and the Scottish Government is welcome, particularly at a time when others in the chamber seem to be shying away from working collaboratively to address with urgency the impacts of the climate emergency. Can the First Minister expand on how this agreement will bolster the Scottish Government's work to achieve our ambitious net zero targets?
First Minister.
Well, at a very basic level, this agreement will make sure that those of us who have been in government a long time are accepting and embracing fresh challenge, because we need fresh thinking and we need bolder ideas and action to meet the climate emergency. There is no escaping that. We've got to make sure that we're accelerating that transition, but as we do that, that we are harnessing and realising the massive economic benefits that are there to be won, that we haven't always been as good as we should have been at harnessing in the past. So I think this agreement, focusing on very specific areas, how we change the way in which we heat our homes, how we decarbonise our public transport system, how we make sure that we protect our natural environment through the specifics of this agreement, we can see how we will take forward those responsibilities. But in the very nature of a cooperation agreement that demands compromise from all of us, that demands consensus building, I hope and believe we will challenge each other to go further and faster, because that, I believe, is what is needed and wanted indeed by a majority of people across the country.
Liz Smith.
At the time of the recent Scottish election, the Scottish Greens said that we needed to move away from traditional economic policies and abandon the endless focus on economic growth. Business in Scotland, virtually every economic policy body in Scotland and the banking sector are all absolutely adamant that economic growth is vital to recovery from the pandemic. Indeed, that was a view that seemed to be expressed by the Finance Committee at this morning's Finance Committee. Can I ask on whose side is the First Minister when it comes to economic growth?
First Minister.
I believe in economic growth that is sustainable. The Greens and the SNP have a difference of opinion, which is set out openly in the agreement, about the role of GDP as a metric. In that, I believe it is an appropriate metric, but not the only one we should rely on. So I believe we should widen our measurements of economic success. I've believed that for a long time, which is why this government is one of the founding governments of the Wellbeing Alliance, which now involves a growing number of governments across the world, saying that the health and the happiness and the well-being of a population should also matter in our judgments of economic success, that it shouldn't simply be GDP. And it's at the heart of this agreement that is an agreement to develop those metrics of how we measure our success as an economy, as a society. I think more and more people across Scotland, more and more people and governments across the world are recognising that. It doesn't surprise me, but it does disappoint me that the Conservatives continue to sit outside of that. Hopefully that's something we might see change over the course of this Parliament.
Mark Ruskell.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This is an historic agreement between the Scottish Greens and the Scottish Government, a new model of politics responding to the Code Red for Humanity on the climate while building a fair recovery from COVID. The agreement has a bold and far-reaching programme that will accelerate a just transition, doubling the size of the wind industry that was previously butchered by the Tory party at Westminster, a £1.8 billion investment in energy efficiency, renewable heat, and £500 million just transition fund for the North East. Can I ask the First Minister, does she agree that this programme will help Scotland grasp the economic opportunities of the just transition, creating new, fair jobs while tackling the climate emergency?
First Minister.
Yes, I do. And that actually is one of the biggest challenges we face. I hope, notwithstanding impressions to the contrary from some today, I hope that there is genuinely a unanimous agreement across this chamber that tackling the climate emergency with urgency and determination is not an option. I do hope genuinely we all agree on that. But one of the big questions is how we do that. And do we achieve it in a way that is just and fair and seizes and realises those massive economic opportunities? If I'm being candid, and we've had exchanges in the Chamber on many occasions in the past about this, we've not been as successful at that as we should have been in the past. So through, and Lorna Slater, subject to parliamentary approval later on, will have a key role to play in this, driving a new green industrial strategy so that we do meet our obligations in terms of reducing emissions, but we are doing it in a way that creates new jobs and new industries of the future. There's a big challenge here in climate change, but there's a massive opportunity as well. And I think this agreement will help us seize that. And for that reason, I think all of us and people right across the country should genuinely be enthused, inspired and excited by it.
Alistair Allen.
Presiding Officer, it has been more than a decade since national park designation for the Isle of Harris had to be abandoned, despite more than 70% of residents backing the move in a plebiscite which had a higher than 70% turnout. There was limited support from the local authority, and that contributed to the bid being rejected. The shared policy programme commits to at least one new national park being designated by the end of this parliamentary session. So can the First Minister say more about the process by which a new national park will be chosen?
First Minister.
I thank Alistair Allen for that question. The process will follow the National Parks Scotland Act 2000. That includes a detailed process of consultation with communities, local authorities and other stakeholders. The criteria for designation include that an area is of outstanding national importance because of its natural heritage or a combination of its natural and cultural heritage, and has a distinctive character and coherent identity. In the agreement, we make clear that we believe national parks should be designated only in response to local community demand. So we do encourage community stakeholders and local government to come forward now with proposals.
Graham Simpson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. If I can just quote from the coalition agreement, it says the current plan is to fully dual the A96 route between Inverness and Aberdeen. It then goes on to talk about having a transparent, evidence-based review to include a climate compatibility assessment. So can the First Minister say, will the A96 be fully dualled or not?
First Minister.
Well, I think Graham Simpson should probably quote more fully from the agreement, so let me do that as well. Let's focus on what it agrees in terms of enhancements to the A96, dualling from Inverness to Nairn, bypasses in Nairn, Keith, Elgin and Inverurie, road safety improvements, for example, between Fochabers and Huntly and Inverurie to Aberdeen, the development of an A96 electric highway, and of course enhanced public transport improvements in North East Scotland. A range of improvements, including looking at a rail link between Dyce and Ellon, further north to Peterhead and Fraserburgh, reviewing the A96 corridor with a view to implementing bus priority measures. And yes, it does say that the current plan is for full dualling. But as with any major road development, environmental assessments and impact assessments have to be carried out, because in this period of having to address the climate emergency, no politician with any credibility would suggest that we don't assess all of our policies against the climate imperative. So we set out clearly our priorities and the process we will take to making sure that people across the North East have the transport links that they need in order for the economy to thrive.
Jim Fairley.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. For the majority of the members in this duly elected chamber, the most important step we can take to empower the Parliament and the people of Scotland is to be able to make the changes we needed, is to be an independent country. With Westminster's continuing refusal to recognise the clear democratic mandate delivered by the people of this country when we were elected to the Parliament in May, where does the First Minister think this agreement leaves us constitutionally? And what are the options available as we seek to provide the people of Scotland with the ability to determine our own future?
First Minister.
There's a basic question of democracy here. We have disagreements in this chamber about what future Scotland should choose. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the essence of democracy. I believe fervently, and I have done so for all of my adult life, that Scotland should become an independent country, like all the 200 independent countries across the world, so that we can work in partnership with other countries, but have the ability to determine and shape our own future. People are entitled to disagree and say that Scotland is better remaining within the Westminster Union. But the people who should decide that question are not us as politicians. It's the population of Scotland that should decide that question. And those on the Conservative benches are saying, well, that happened in 2014. But since 2014, Scotland has been ripped out of the European Union against our will. People across Scotland are struggling to get basic food supplies in supermarkets right now because of a Tory-imposed Brexit. And of course, this government fought the election on a commitment to give the people of Scotland a choice in a referendum, and won with historic vote shares and many other record-breaking results along the way. So let's have that rigorous debate about the future of Scotland, but let us accept that central tenet of democracy, that it is the people of Scotland and only the people of Scotland who should get to decide.
Neil Bibby.
On the very same day this deal was announced, ScotRail unveiled a consultation on timetable changes that would cut 300 rail services. The SNP Transport Minister seems to accept these cuts. One wonders if the Green Ministers do too. Given what the First Minister said on investing in public transport and tackling the climate emergency, will she be stopping these cuts to rail services? And if not, how can they possibly justify record ministerial salaries, more ministerial cars and bicycles when making cuts to Scotland's rail services for everybody else?
First Minister.
Commitments in this agreement are about investing in our rail services, bringing our rail services back into public ownership, nationalising ScotRail, making sure that there are services that people in every part of our country can rely on, but also making sure that we have affordable fares for people to travel and that we cut emissions in our rail network as well. Are there difficult decisions to be made along the way in all of this? Of course, but there's a determination to come together to make sure we are taking those decisions so that our transport network is capable and fit for the purpose of transporting people across the country for work and for leisure, but also meets our imperative on the climate emergency. Again, I welcome the input, I welcome the engagement from members across this chamber. The question is whether those on the Labour benches are prepared to work on that basis. I certainly hope that they take up the invitation.
Marie McNair.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I very much welcome this agreement between the Scottish Government and the Scottish Green Party. I believe this is a fundamental moment in the continued progression of devolution in Scotland that will lead us to the normal status of independence. Could the First Minister outline the benefits that this agreement will bring to local authorities across Scotland?
First Minister.
Well, I think the agreement has very many elements that are positive for local government and democracy. So, for example, work to increase voter registration and participation, particularly in underrepresented groups. The commitment to undertake an independent review of the Scottish Welfare Fund, important to many families and individuals across the country. There's a variety of policies in the shared programme that will see us work very collaboratively with COSLA. So, for example, commitments on community wealth building, planning, active travel, work on education reform, the establishment of a national care service. All of these have an impact on local authorities, so engagement and joint work on these issues are important. And of course, we will be seeking a strategic discussion with COSLA's leadership on the agreement and, of course, the upcoming programme for government. We work collaboratively with COSLA, and this agreement will enhance the various measures where we can help local authorities deliver their services for people across the country.
Alexander Burnett.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Now, there's a concern that this agreement ignores rural communities, and I'd previously been delighted when the First Minister visited my constituency during the election campaign, shared my pledge to reopen Inch Community Hospital. The First Minister actually went further, saying we are prepared as a government, if re-elected, to make funding available to the Health Board, not just to reopen it, but to do work to give it a long-term sustainable future. Now, I did write to the First Minister over 2 weeks ago on this, but have yet to receive a reply. So can the First Minister now confirm to the Inch community that her commitment is not at jeopardy from her Green Agreement and set out the timescale for the delivery of her promise?
First Minister.
Well, can I say I thoroughly enjoyed my visit to Inch during the election. I stand by the commitments that we made around Inch Community Hospital. Next week, this time next week, when I set out the programme for government, as part of that, we will set out our ambitions for capital investment across the health service estate as we take the decisions to ensure that it is fit for purpose. And I am very sure that our Green colleagues will be as enthusiastic about seeing community health facilities as well as the elective treatment centres and more specialist services developed over the period ahead. And I look forward to saying more about all of these things next week in the programme for government.
Evelyn Tweed.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. There is a pressing need for action on climate change, and a growing number of Scots believe independence will unlock the powers necessary to ensure a just transition to a greener society. How will this cooperation deal further our collective fight, promote sustainable economic change and advance Scotland's journey towards independence?
First Minister.
Well, within the devolved context, of course, this agreement contains a number of commitments that will help deliver a just transition to net zero. I've already touched on some of them. The transition deal for the North East and Moray, for example, the national strategy for economic transformation is vital in terms of building the economy we need for the future. The Green Industrial Strategy, which I've spoken about, just transition plans for industries and sectors and regions across the country to help our supply chains create high-quality jobs. So within this agreement, within our devolved powers, the plans are ambitious and wide-reaching. But it is a fact that for us to meet our full potential, the full range of powers over tax, over social security, to build that greener, fairer Scotland are necessary. So ensuring that the mandate to give people a choice on independence in this Parliament is honoured is a key part of making sure that we meet the challenges that lie ahead.
Stephen Kerr.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The additional 2 ministers and 2 additional special advisers will cost Scotland's taxpayers £1 million. In 2007, the SNP promised the Scottish people, in their manifesto, a smaller, better focused ministerial team. So, may I ask the First Minister, how does she feel? Is she proud of leading the largest and most bloated government in the history of devolution?
First Minister.
Well, what I can say with absolute certainty is every single Scottish Government minister is fully occupied and working hard every single day to deliver on the commitments and policies of this government. I do believe Scotland is over-governed. I do believe there is some, to use Stephen Kerr's word, bloating in the governance of Scotland. Some people call it the Scotland Office, but perhaps Stephen Kerr has another name for it. So let's have more streamlined government. Let's abolish the Scotland Office through Scotland becoming independent. And while we're at it, perhaps the House of Lords could be dispensed with as well, so that all of the politicians we have working for us are fully occupied and doing real jobs, delivering day in and day out for the Scottish people.
Emma Harper.
I welcome the agreement between the SNP and the Scottish Green Party. And in addition to the green transport projects, such as the potential for Dumfries to Stranraer or Stranraer to Cairnryan rail links, can the First Minister give an assurance that the cooperation agreement will not prevent the long-standing lobbying efforts to ensure improvements and upgrades on the A75 and A77, particularly on safety aspects of the roads, when the STPR2 is finally published?
First Minister.
I want to thank Emma Harper for that question. We have, of course, already published the South West Scotland Transport Study that emphasised the importance of a connected, safe, resilient and high-quality strategic transport network for those travelling in South West Scotland. The recommendations for targeted road improvements to the A75 and A77 are now, of course, subject to more detailed appraisal as part of the STPR2 process, and that is the overall process through which we have agreed to direct future transport infrastructure investment.
Monica Lennon.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Scottish Labour has been calling for an immediate moratorium on new incinerators alongside a policy review. The Scottish Green website has a quote from Mark Wiskel warning that Scotland is sleepwalking into an incineration nightmare, and I sincerely hope it didn't harm his ministerial chances. In the spirit of working collaboratively with all parties and listening to our communities that are under threat right now, will the First Minister work with Scottish Labour to introduce an urgent moratorium on new large-scale incinerators? And in case I missed the First Minister getting off the fence, can she clarify whether the SNP Green government that she leads now supports the Stop Campbell campaign, yes or no?
First Minister.
Well, on the first question, as I'm sure Monica Lennon knows, we have committed to a process of review to consider the role of incineration in how we deal with waste, and I understand the process of that review will be set out in the next couple of weeks, so imminently, and I'm sure Monica Lennon will have an input into that. The difference between being in government and opposition is you have to deal in detail with issues. I do think there are big issues over whether, and big questions over whether we should continue with new exploration in the North Sea, and that would include the Campbell development. That's why I think there should be a process. Licences are granted there, but there should be a process before production agreement approval is given. There should be a process of checking that against the climate emergency. I think that's the right way to go, because I don't think we should carry on with business as usual in terms of energy any more than we can right across our society. And I'm prepared to challenge my long-held views to make sure we are doing the right things, and I would encourage everybody to do likewise.
And Emma Roddick.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. There is a lot to look forward to in this new agreement, particularly in terms of addressing the climate emergency that we all face and securing a more sustainable future for Scotland. Although I do think it is understandable that many out with the Central Belt or city centres are eagerly waiting to hear how a greater focus on active travel and public transport can benefit them. So, as a region which is currently widely dependent on car travel, can the Highlands and Islands expect to see real improvement in rail infrastructure, perhaps including a doubling of the Highland Main Line and the Inverness to Aberdeen line, and improvements to the Far North and West Highland lines as a result of this deal?
First Minister.
Well, yeah, I think that is a fair question, and I think the answer to that has to be yes. We have to develop public transport and active travel options across the Highlands and Islands. I was going to say as much as in the rest of the country, but more so given the geographic challenges and the over-reliance, for understandable reasons, on car use. As members will be aware, rail improvements are being considered as part of the HR2 process, and the Rail Decarbonisation Action Plan, which was published last year, is aligned to this. So, for example, the Action Plan commits to developing potential options to serve the West Highland Line by hydrogen or battery trains, as well as considering partial or full electrification of the Highland Main Line. These are longer-term projects that will contribute to our commitment to decarbonise passenger services by 2035. But at the core of this question is the inescapable fact that if we are to meet the targets around reducing reliance on car use for all of the country, but some parts of our country in particular, that absolutely depends on developing the alternatives. And there's an absolute seriousness of intent around that across the Highlands and Islands.
Thank you. That concludes the First Minister's statement on the agreement with the Scottish Green Party. And I'll just take this opportunity to remind members that social distancing measures are in place across the Chamber and the Holyrood campus. And please take care to observe these measures, including when entering and exiting the Chamber. And please only use the aisles and walkways to access your seat and when moving around the Chamber. The next item of business is a debate on motion 987 in the name of Nicola Sturgeon on appointment of junior Scottish ministers. I shall invite the First Minister to move the motion. I then intend to invite each party to make a short contribution. I call on the First Minister to speak to and move the motion.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. It gives me great pleasure to rise to move and support the motion in my name that Patrick Harvie and Lorna Slater be appointed as Scottish Junior Ministers. My statement earlier set out the reasons for and the detail of the cooperation agreement struck between the Scottish Government and Scottish Greens. These appointments will deliver a key element of that agreement. And by approving these appointments today, Parliament will make some history, not just in Scottish politics, but across the UK as a whole. This will be the first time that Green politicians have entered national government in any part of these islands. Our cooperation agreement commits us to a raft of commitments necessary to steer Scotland through the challenges we face. Action to support tenants and tackle poverty, plans to reform public services, investments to accelerate our transition to net zero and create green jobs, and so much more besides. These ministers, appointed from the ranks of the Greens, will now share the responsibility, but also the great privilege of delivering on this bold, ambitious programme. Patrick Harvie will take on the role of Minister for Zero Carbon Buildings, Active Travel and Tenants' Rights. Patrick has, of course, been an MSP representing the Glasgow region since 2003. During his time in politics, Patrick has served as the convener of the Transport, Infrastructure and Climate Change Committee, and he is, I believe, the longest-serving party leader in the Scottish Parliament. He's also a passionate and effective campaigner for the causes he believes in. I personally worked closely with Patrick during the 2014 referendum, and that experience makes me genuinely enthusiastic about the opportunity to work with him again, this time in the Scottish Government. His wide-ranging brief, including active travel, energy efficiency and tenants' rights, gives Patrick the task of leading and implementing, together with his ministerial colleagues, some of the most significant transformations that we need to make to tackle the climate emergency. Lorna Slater will become Minister for Green Skills, Circular Economy and Biodiversity. Amongst her responsibilities, Lorna will be tasked with driving a green industrial strategy, helping people acquire the skills they need to benefit from the transition to net zero, creating a more circular economy and working to protect our natural environment. Lorna was born and brought up in Canada and after earning a master's degree in engineering moved here to Scotland in 2000. Since then, she's been working as an engineer and then a project manager in the renewable sector, which included working on the world's biggest tidal turbine. As such, although she may be relatively new to Parliament, Lorna brings formidable professional experience. She's not only been working in one of the key industries powering our greener future, but her project management experience will also serve her in good stead in ministerial office. I have complete confidence that both new ministers will make an excellent contribution to the Scottish Government. Presiding Officer, Patrick, Lorna, myself and the rest of the Scottish ministerial team are ready to get on with delivering our ambitious commitments and building a fairer, greener Scotland. I now therefore formally and with great pleasure ask Parliament to support the appointments of Patrick Harvie and Lorna Slater as Scottish Junior Ministers, and I move the motion in my name.
Thank you. I now call Douglas Ross.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. When this deal was announced, it confirmed that the Greens had finally given up any pretence of being an opposition party. For years, they propped up the SNP, backing John Swinney whenever he failed miserably, rubber-stamping budget deals in exchange for a car park tax, and not much else. Just as we warned at the time, if you vote Green, you really get SNP yellow. But instead of fronting this up for what it is, a coalition, the Greens wanted to have their cake and eat it. Somehow they were still trying to pretend that they're in opposition while they were in government. When Patrick Harvie and Lorna Slater accepted ministerial positions in the government, they wanted to keep asking that same government questions at FNQs. They wanted to have opposition debating time so they could do the government's bidding for them. That's why I'm pleased, Presiding Officer, that, like those of us on these benches, you saw through that and have ruled accordingly. Of course, all of this was an effort by the Greens to rig the Scottish Parliament by pretending this coalition is something else, even though their own constitution defines it as exactly that. And what a coalition of chaos this will be. And that is exactly why the Scottish Conservatives will be voting against the Green members becoming ministers today. Because the Greens are a serious threat to Scotland's economic recovery. At First Minister's question time, right after the election, we said the SNP had to reset its relationship with the business community. Now, I know the First Minister is on her phone just now. I don't know if it's to business leaders or if she really speaks to business much at all at the moment. But I can assure her that is not the reset that businesses in Scotland wanted. In fact, it is the exact opposite. The SNP has brought extremists into government in the middle of an economic crisis. Well, the SNP don't want to hear this, but the Greens are extreme, and they've made it clear themselves. Patrick Harvie said, and I quote, "Successive UK and Scottish governments have shared an ideological belief in the pursuit of endless economic growth." Lorna Slater has rallied against, and I quote, "endless economic growth," and they attacked it in their manifesto. Well, for once, I hand it to the Greens. They have nailed it. My party has pursued endless economic growth, and we continue to do so unashamedly. We pursued more jobs, more businesses, and I can't quite believe it. The Greens have rumbled us. We do want hard-working people to have more money in their pockets. I just don't understand why Nicola Sturgeon and her government don't. We pursue endless economic growth because it provides extra funding for our schools, for our hospitals, for our public services. And let's look at what the Greens really mean when they criticise endless economic growth. They want our economy to go backwards. That means businesses shutting down and people out of work. At the heart of her government, Nicola Sturgeon has introduced an anti-jobs, anti-business ideology, with people who hold the most extreme economic views of any Scottish Government minister since devolution. And if SNP members think that's a laughing matter, shame on you. Lorna Slater wants Scotland to have a totally different tax structure. And from the recent SNP Green budget deals, we know that means tax rises. She warned the oil and gas industry, which supports 100,000 jobs, to transition or die. Transition or die. She has said it's not possible to run out of money. In the middle of an economic crisis, Nicola Sturgeon has made her an economic minister. And these aren't just slips of the tongue. The Green Manifesto have proposals to stop people selling their homes unless they could pay for costly refurbishments, stop petrol and diesel car sales in just a few years, stop building all new roads. And any SNP member listening to the First Minister trying to dodge questions about the future of the A75, the A77, the A9 and the A96 will be burying their head in their hands. These are not serious proposals in the Green Manifesto. They're a joke. But now, thanks to Nicola Sturgeon, they are government policies. And she can try and distance herself from these outrageous positions, but she's brought them into her government. She said earlier this coalition was a leap of faith. But these appointments are reckless in the extreme, and the Scottish Conservatives strongly oppose them, and we will not vote for them today.
I now call on Anna Sarwar.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'd like to welcome Patrick Harvie and Lorna Slater to their new roles, but I fear that they will very quickly realise that the SNP's rhetoric does not match reality. I think they'll also very quickly realise that the divider-in-chief can only act the great unifier for so long. And I think they'll also come to realise that cooperation to Nicola Sturgeon means rolling over and doing what you're told. In terms of ideas for government, we did want the government to do £15 an hour for care workers. They said no. We did want them to double the Scottish child payment. They said no. Although when we asked the SNP to be more ambitious with the job creation scheme, we didn't mean finding jobs for their pals in Parliament. That wasn't quite the green shoots of recovery the people of Scotland were looking for. Frankly, this is not a new development or a new period in the governance of our great country. This is merely the final confirmation of the same coalition of cuts between the SNP and the Greens that has hammered Scotland's public services for years. And while I appreciate Patrick Harvie and Lorna Slater's success in achieving for themselves some of the longest job titles in 21st century politics, serious questions need to be asked about why these roles could not be performed under the previous ministerial structure. They should be replacing existing ministers, not adding to the ministerial pay bill. But the elevation of Lorna Slater and Patrick Harvie to ministers comes with a substantial price tag for the Scottish taxpayer. There are now 8 more ministers in government than when Labour left office, and the ministerial wage bill is now set to exceed £1 million a year. £1 million a year for the first time since devolution, with over £2 million now set to be spent on maintaining the government and the ranks of special advisers that it employs, not to mention all those hundreds of press officers too. Now more press officers in Scotland than perhaps journalists themselves. The people of Scotland can be forgiven for feeling that their government is out of touch and short-changing them. Ignored by the government as local libraries, swimming pools and museums across Scotland closed their doors due to cuts signed off by this very government. No more can Patrick Harvie vote for cuts in this Parliament to local budgets and then stand outside the very libraries his cuts helped implement and protest against them. Presiding Officer, we are now just a couple of months away from COP26, when the eyes of the world will be on Glasgow. But already some of the most prominent climate activists have expressed their pessimism about what the summit will achieve and have cast doubt on this government's pretensions to be a leader in the fight against the climate crisis. I want COP26 to be a turning point for Scotland and the rest of the world. Future generations need it to be. The First Minister is shouting from the sidelines. I don't think 2 Green MSPs are going to quite be the great change the global community is looking for. That's why I want us to come out of COP26 with a truly historic Glasgow agreement. The moment that the world turned their warm words into meaningful action to confront the climate crisis. That's, yes, the Scottish Government. It's also the UK Government. But frankly, it's also global governments turning their words into actual action so we can confront the climate emergency. We keep being told we have less than 10 years to confront it. Let's make that our national mission and priority. But when the leaders of the world descend on Glasgow, a city represented by me, Nicola Sturgeon and Patrick Harvie, they'll be entering a city in the grip of a dangerous and spiralling waste crisis, where cleansing workers are shamefully compared to the far right by an out-of-touch city leader. You're right, First Minister, that is ridiculous. Instead, I want them to see a country focused on the urgent issues at hand, not fighting over the Constitution. It is shameful, and she should address that directly with the leader of Glasgow City Council. These appointments today are more about how the government and Nicola Sturgeon looks than actually what it delivers for the people of Scotland. After 15 years, the people of Scotland deserve better.
I now call on Ross Greer.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. When Robin Harper became Scotland and the UK's first elected Green parliamentarian in 1999, he reflected on how at the turn of the last century the politics of change were represented by the colour red, and that the colour of the 21st century must be green. This afternoon, we'll take our first place in government, the first Greens anywhere in the UK to do so. We sometimes overuse the word historic in politics, but this is a genuinely historic moment. A new party, a new movement, a new politics is entering government. That's happened fewer than half a dozen times in the last century. Patrick Harvie will be, to the best of my knowledge, the first Minister for Tenants who was himself evicted by an unscrupulous landlord. In fact, I think he's the first Minister to have tenants in their job title. And he'll be responsible for delivering the most ambitious tenants' rights agenda seen anywhere on these islands for decades. Patrick's been integral to the development of the Scottish Greens into a party capable of taking this step today. Having been taken along to ecology party meetings as a kid by his mum Rose, to joining a Scottish Green Party that had about 300 members as an adult, to the Rainbow Parliament of 2003, the long decade of being just one of 2 Green MSPs, and the remarkable progress that we've made in more recent years. Just days after the IPCC issued their Code Red for Humanity, the need for radical transformation of our economic and social systems could not be clearer. I know that Patrick will take that fierce sense of urgency with him into government and apply it across all of his portfolio responsibilities. Having known him as long as I have, though, I feel I owe Patrick's new government colleagues a word of warning. If you didn't know much about obscure 1970s science fiction before now, please be ready for that to change. And I'm not just talking about Doctor Who. We should probably swat up on that. With Patrick, at least, a growing Netflix watch list is the most that you'll need to prepare for. Lorna Slater's new colleagues, though, will sooner or later end up on the trapeze. It's hard to think of someone more qualified to take on the role of Minister for Green Skills and Industrial Strategy than Lorna, a renewables engineer who was, until just a few weeks ago, a key member of the team who delivered the world's most powerful tidal turbine here in Scotland. Lorna Slater brings real industry experience and expertise into government. She knows exactly what is required to deliver a just transition, because that is exactly what she was doing until she was elected to this place. I know personally just how committed Lorna is to getting the job done. For years we've worked together to develop our party, including as conveners of its Operations Committee, one of those truly sought-after positions where, as you know, Presiding Officer, you get all of the blame but none of the credit. Our recent electoral success, and particularly the election of a Green group where the majority of members are women, is in no small part down to Lorna's incredible project management skills, her patience and her stubborn determination. I should say briefly, Presiding Officer, that it's quite extraordinary to see the Tories come to this chamber today to accuse others of extremism. Douglas Ross has now had more than a week to apologise for his use of a homophobic dog whistle in response to our announcing this cooperation agreement. But yet again today, he has failed to do so. But the real hypocrisy is in the accusation that he levelled at the First Minister. Only 2 members of this Parliament have ever allowed an extremist party, a homophobic and a misogynistic party, to hold sway over a government. And they're sitting on the Conservatives' front bench today. Douglas Ross and Stephen Kerr were enthusiastic supporters of their party's cosy relationship with the DUP. So those of us who are committed to working together in the interests of people and planet will be taking no lessons from the extremist enablers on the Tory benches. Presiding Officer, this is a moment 48 years in the making for the Greens. We take this step because of the steps taken before us by Robin Harper, by Rose Harvey and by so many others. I'm so very excited to see what Patrick Harvie, Lorna Slater and their colleagues across the government achieve together over the coming years. I know they will serve the people of Scotland with passion and integrity, and I'll be proud to vote for Patrick and Lorna's appointment today.
I now call on Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I start by expressing some dismay? I mean, the First Minister regaled the Chamber with talk of a new kind of politics. She then went on to wholly ignore my question about national testing and embarked on an infantile attack on my party. All hail the new politics, same as the old politics. As a Liberal Democrat, I will always look for and appreciate consensus in our politics. As such, I congratulate these 2 parties for having found such common ground, as indeed I congratulate Patrick Harvie and Lorna Slater on their elevation, but I cannot support either the deal that they have arrived at or their appointment as Green Ministers, because my party just do not share that ground. The First Minister has attempted to emulate the Prime Minister of New Zealand, Jacinda Ardern, who brought Greens into government in early 2020. She has sought to mirror that coalition with the appointment of the co-leaders of the Scottish Greens to ministerial office. However, theirs is a pale imitation of the deal hatched on the other side of the world, and thin gruel for a Green Party that has, until now, characterised itself as radical. The New Zealand deal was forged under the imperative of the climate crisis. It was significantly signed practically amidst the very smoke of the bushfires which had devastated their Australian neighbours. And Ardern wanted to demonstrate to the world that her government was taking this global threat seriously. And as such, the climate emergency formed the centrepiece of that deal. Whilst that imperative exists for Scottish ministers in equal measure, there is no such centrepiece to this. Presiding Officer, it will almost be inexplicable to the majority of Green voters who, according to a poll in April, support Scotland's retained place in the United Kingdom, that the central mission of this deal is a second independence referendum. This partnership exists first and foremost to ask Westminster for another referendum, and then to use its likely refusal to drive yet more grievance at the expense of all other public policy. It's not a deal with the climate in mind. After years of missed emissions targets, you would think that the Scottish Green Party might have driven a harder bargain. They have not. Ardern's power-sharing agreement went beyond climate and looked to social justice as well, but where her partnership stretched for new and radical frontiers in social policy, the Scottish deal does not. The New Zealand coalition immediately embarked on a brave new policy of testing pills at festivals to keep drug users safe. Yet the Nationalist Coalition agreement agreed today here is entirely silent on Scotland's drug death catastrophe. And far from being radical or extreme, there is very little to this deal at all. Now, I have mentioned national testing, but on issues like wider education reform, the abolition of the council tax, the decarbonisation of our homes, matters where you would expect Green MSPs to want to have a say from the backbenches, there is very little substance, and they will not seek to trouble the SNP or subject it to effective scrutiny. Presiding Officer, there is even a clause in the agreement which demands that the Greens offer, and I quote, no surprises to their partners. I can almost hear the groans across the chamber, because from here on in, when it comes to contributions from Green backbenchers, we will be subjected to choreographed softball questions and speeches scripted by government spads. For there is no question that the Green Party have surrendered entirely, and for the life of this Parliament, their opposition status. Nicola Sturgeon must be rubbing her hands at having got such a cheap deal. When I think of the Greens in Scotland, I remember the party of Robin Harper, a movement focused on reform and dedicated to challenging the old order of things. Robin never swapped environmentalism for nationalism because he supported Scotland's place in the United Kingdom. I really don't know what's happened to that radical zeal or that internationalist focus. By putting nationalism ahead of the climate emergency, Patrick Harvey and co have revealed their true colours. Those colours look far more like the acid yellow of the party of government than the proud emerald of the global green movement. That is why the Liberal Democrats will oppose this motion tonight.
Thank you. The question is that motion 987, in the name of Nicola Sturgeon, on appointment of junior Scottish ministers be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we will move to a vote, and there will be a short suspension to allow members to access the digital voting system. Thank you. The question is that motion 987 in the name of Nicola Sturgeon on appointment of junior Scottish ministers be agreed, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is now closed. The result of the vote on motion 987 in the name of Nicola Sturgeon is yes 69, no 56. There were no abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed. There will now be a short pause before the next item of business.
Okay, can I remind members that social distancing measures are in place in the Chamber and across the Holyrood campus. I ask that members take care to observe these measures, including when entering and exiting the Chamber, and please only use the aisles and walkways to access your seat and when moving around the Chamber. The next item of business is a debate on motion 978 in the name of John Swinney on first 100 days delivering for the people for Scotland. I invite members who wish to speak in this debate to press their request to speak buttons now or as soon as possible, and I call on the Deputy First Minister to speak and to move the motion. You have 13 minutes, Mr Swinney.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. On the 26th of May, the First Minister made a statement to Parliament outlining our ambitious programme to deliver the nation's recovery from the COVID crisis. Central to that programme would be the delivery of the commitments we set out in our First Steps plan during the election campaign. In the 100 days after the First Minister was elected by Parliament, we have applied a clear focus to delivering 81 priorities in that programme that would materially improve the health, safety, security and well-being of the people of Scotland. That period ended on the 25th of August, and today I can confirm that the Government delivered 80 of those 81 commitments. This is a significant achievement and one which clearly demonstrates that this is a Government committed to delivering on its promises to the people of Scotland. Successful completion of these commitments required a coordinated collective approach across Government and with our partners. I welcome the progress that has been achieved, and I want to thank all of those involved in the delivery of those commitments. Those targeted interventions will deliver positive change for the people, families and communities who need it most, and for our economy, our public services and the environment. They touch on every ministerial portfolio, and they will have an impact on communities the length and breadth of Scotland and will have a lasting benefit for years to come. Our most immediate priority has, of course, been to lead Scotland safely through the pandemic and to steer a careful course back to what can be the closest we can achieve to normality, reopening communities in a safe and a responsible fashion. That has only been possible due to the success of the vaccination programme. Every adult in Scotland has now been offered their first dose of a COVID vaccine, and we expect everyone who is eligible to be offered their second dose by the 12th of September. Drop-in or open access clinics are now offered in all mainland health boards for those aged 16 and over. In total, 91% of adults have received their first dose and 83% have received their second. This includes 92% of healthcare staff and 94% of individuals who are shielding due to clinical vulnerability. Although enormous progress has been made, COVID remains a significant threat to our people, and the sharp rise in cases in the last 2 weeks is a cause for a high degree of concern. Ministers are carefully assessing the case numbers and the relationship to hospitalisation levels. The First Minister will update Parliament on these considerations in her statement to Parliament tomorrow. Last week, the Government took the necessary steps towards learning lessons and improving understanding and preparedness for future pandemics when we published a set of draft aims and principles for an independent public inquiry into the handling of COVID-19 in Scotland. It forms the basis of a process to listen to the views of those affected, especially the bereaved, on what they wish to see from an inquiry. We have already started engaging with bereaved families, who we want to put at the heart of the inquiry and its approach. We will ensure that the inquiry has the necessary scope to consider the breadth of the impact of the pandemic on the population across what we would habitually refer to as the four harms of COVID harm, non-health COVID harm, social and economic harms, to ensure that the inquiry is able to explore the full range of the actions of government and our partners, and to subject those and the decision-making process that was involved to full and open scrutiny. Our continuing move back towards normality would not be possible without a strong and sustainable health and care sector. Throughout the pandemic, our National Health Service and care services have worked tirelessly to deal with the increased strain of COVID on top of the other ongoing health and care needs of the population. In our 100-day programme, we recognise the selflessness of NHS and care staff by delivering on our commitment to implement the most generous pay rise anywhere in the United Kingdom for NHS Scotland Agenda for Change staff. This average 4% pay increase benefits around 154,000 employees. We also took steps to grow our health and care services to meet future challenges. Last week, the First Minister launched the NHS Recovery Plan to meet our ambition of increasing inpatient, day case and outpatient activity by 10%. The plan is backed by over £1 billion of additional investment to support delivery of improvements throughout the 5 years of this Parliament. Amongst other things, it will increase primary care investment by 25% and restore face-to-face consultations in GP surgeries. It will reduce A&E attendances by 15 to 20% and increase outpatient capacity by 10% compared to pre-COVID levels. We also launched, again as part of the 100 Days commitment, a consultation earlier this month to seek the views of the public on a national care system. We've heard a great deal about the problems that people face with the current system. Now we want to engage the public and all interested parties to build a better and a more sustainable approach that meets the needs of members of the public throughout the country. However, health and care services are only one aspect of how the 100 Days commitments materially improve the lives of the Scottish people. We also took steps to further invest in our communities, our homes, our families and the connections that help us to thrive. For instance, we have begun development of a new 5-year plan focused on tackling loneliness and self-isolation head-on. We saw that being experienced during COVID. It was illustrated clearly and powerfully to us. So we've backed it with £10 million over 5 years. And we recognise that that will be the first step to tackle the intensification of this issue that the pandemic has resulted in. On the 29th of July, we announced almost £1 million in funding to organisations tackling isolation and loneliness over the summer and into early 2022. We're also working to better connect communities across Scotland, and one of the specific measures in the 100 Days commitments was the building of 14 new mobile phone masts in remote, rural and island areas. 8 of these have already been activated for 4G service, and the remaining 6 will be activated by November. We're taking further significant steps to eliminate poverty and inequality in Scotland by beginning work to design and deliver a minimum income guarantee. This radical policy will help everyone to receive an income sufficient to live a dignified, healthy and financially secure life. This is only a sample of how we are ensuring our collective future prosperity. Through the 100 Days commitments, we invested in jobs and our economy, both to mitigate the harmful effects of Westminster's Brexit and to help Scotland recover from the pandemic. We know both these issues have been particularly hard on local businesses, tourism and hospitality. That is why, amongst other things, we allocated up to £62 million in direct financial support to taxi drivers and to operators, £25 million to tourism, including holiday vouchers for unpaid carers and low-income families. And we launched the Scotland Loves Local campaign with a loyalty card scheme and a new £10 million fund to help revitalise high streets hit by the pandemic. In addition to this immediate support, we are taking steps toward a long-term sustainable economic future. Our vision for Scotland is to create a well-being economy, a society that is thriving across economic, social and environmental dimensions, one that delivers sustainable and inclusive growth for Scotland's places and people. Of course.
Stephen Kerr. I'm grateful to the Deputy First Minister for giving way. This is not, in fact, 100 days or whatever. It's 5,234 days since the SNP came to government. And one of the stains on that record of this last 14 years are the record drugs deaths. So may I ask the Deputy First Minister, will the government commit itself to backing the Scottish Conservative proposals for a right to recovery bill which will tackle the drugs deaths crisis in Scotland?
Deputy First Minister.
I would point out to Mr Kerr that, of course, the government has been elected on 4 occasions by the public in Scotland over the time period that he referred to. And in relation to the issue of drug deaths, the Drugs Policy Minister, Angela Constance, has made it very clear that the government will consider all suggestions, as the First Minister has just made clear in the statement that she has made to Parliament. We will consider all constructive suggestions from wherever they come within Parliament. That doesn't guarantee they will happen, because there will be many issues to wrestle with. But the Government will give serious consideration to the points that are raised in the legislation that Mr Kerr refers to, because we are absolutely determined to put the necessary focus, which I know Angela Constance is doing, on the issues in relation to drugs death and to addressing that crisis. As part of the wider approach to the 100 Days commitments, particularly in relation to economic policy, we established an advisory council to shape our 10-year national strategy for economic transformation, which will be published later in the autumn. The strategy will set out the steps we will take to deliver a green economic recovery and support new, good green jobs, businesses and industries in the future. If we are to secure that long-term sustainable future for our economy and our communities, we cannot fail to address climate change and its impacts. We've worked with partners to ensure the COP26 summit in Glasgow in November will be both safe and, we hope, successful in relation to tackling climate change. To demonstrate Scotland's commitment to tackling climate change, we've published our indicative nationally determined contribution based on our world-leading 2030 target to reduce emissions of all greenhouse gases by at least 75%. We've delivered on our commitment to establish the Green Jobs Workforce Academy and to ensure that we match the skills with the job opportunities that will drive our transition to net zero. Of course.
Liam Kerr. The Scottish Government hasn't delivered on is its pledge to set out its strategic investment assessment into the Scottish supply chain for offshore wind. Why not, and when will it?
Deputy First Minister.
The Government has fulfilled all of its commitments in the 100 Days programme, but there will of course be other things in the Government's manifesto that we are determined to take forward, and we will do that as part of the measures such as the steps we are taking, for example, on transport decarbonisation with the Bus Decarbonisation Task Force, the steps to remove fossil fuels from public transport, where we are making £50 million available in 2021 to help drive a green recovery, and the successful completion of the extensive woodland creation programme with 12,000 hectares of woodland planting that we have contributed. So these are just some of the measures that we have taken in relation to tackling climate change.
We've got a bit of time, Deputy First Minister. Jackie Baillie.
Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary very much? One of the inclusions in the 100 Days programme was the establishment of the cross-party COVID recovery group, on which I and other members across the Chamber serve. On the 28th of June, I replied to your private office's email of the same date, asking when the next meeting of the group would be held, and I never had a response. It appears that ministers took time off during recess whilst COVID rampaged through our communities. Why was the meeting not held?
Deputy First Minister.
We met extensively before the summer recess, and if my diary is correct, I think we're meeting later on this week. So we'll continue the discussions, which, of course, Jackie Baillie helpfully contributes to at all times, and I welcome her contribution in that process. Within the 100 Days commitments, we took steps to ensure children and young people in Scotland will have the best start in life, and that families will be supported to recover from the difficult period that all families have faced. We provided £20 million for a summer offer of activities for children and young people most affected by COVID to reconnect, to have fun and to learn. We introduced free school lunches for primary 4 children as the first step to delivering free school breakfasts and lunches for all primary school pupils, and I'm grateful to local authority leaders for their agreement to the approach that we have taken, which has meant that at the start of the school year, primary 4 children have been able to benefit from this support. We have also made available funding to local authorities to increase teacher numbers by 1,000 and classroom assistants by 500 as part of our commitment to 3,500 additional teachers and 500 more pupil support assistants over the parliamentary term. And since the 18th of August, at the start of term, we have supported all local authorities to offer 1,140 hours of funded early learning and childcare to all eligible children, perhaps the most significant contribution we could make to enhancing the nurture and the support of our youngest citizens at the most critical time in their lives. And of course,
Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Very grateful for the Deputy First Minister giving way. In terms of supporting young people, I was very gratified to see in the NHS Recovery Plan a commitment, an ambitious commitment by the Government to clear down child and adolescent mental health waiting times by 2023. But can he confirm to Parliament that this will not just involve parking young people on medication or offering them inferior online interventions, and that they will each get access to talking therapy if they need it?
Deputy First Minister.
I think on the first part of Mr Cole-Hamilton's intervention, my view would be very strongly that it would not be satisfactory for the type of options that Mr Cole-Hamilton suggested to be available, to be made available in all circumstances, because clearly they would not be appropriate. For the same reason, the latter part of his question is a difficult point for me to commit to, because clinical judgment will be applied in that respect. But what I do accept and recognise to be vital is that any young person in need of specific mental health assistance is able to receive that and that is the commitment the Government is making in relation to the NHS recovery plan that has been published. Presiding Officer, I will do, but I suspect I'm beginning to stretch the Presiding Officer's
probably
patience.
the last one. Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and thank you, Deputy First Minister, for taking the intervention. You mentioned the things that you've done for young people during the course of the 100 days. One of the things that you haven't done is double the Scottish Child Payment, and we know that if children are in poverty, it's very difficult for them to learn. So all of the things you've described will be at risk if you don't address the child poverty gap. Will the Government commit to doubling the Scottish Child Payment in the programme for government immediately? And will the Government also look at the fact that 125,000 children have missed out on the bridging payment that you've paid to young children and young people, whilst there's a huge delay in rolling it out to 6 to 16-year-olds?
Deputy First Minister.
Presiding Officer, the Government is committed to the earliest possible progress on the doubling of the child payment. I think the most immediate threat to the income of families is the removal of the universal credit supplementary payment, which the United Kingdom Government is about to embark upon. So I take this opportunity on my feet in Parliament to commit myself to do everything I can. My colleague Shona Robertson is doing everything she can to try to ensure that the United Kingdom Government does not take that retrograde step, which is an immediate choice in front of United Kingdom Government ministers just now, which will directly harm. Now, this Government has taken steps to put in place the bridging payments. We will make as early progress as we possibly can do. It is something upon which we'd be happy to discuss with the Labour Party, but we will certainly, as part of our dialogue and discussions with our colleagues who are soon to be confirmed as ministers in the Scottish Government from the Green Party, arising out of the Butte House Agreement, focus on these challenges. And I look forward to ensuring that we build on the 100 Days programme that the Government has set out, to build on that, working in partnership with our colleagues from the Green Party in taking forward the partnership agreement, which will influence much of our programme for government and will influence much of the remainder of this parliamentary term. The Government is focused on ensuring that we continue the delivery that we have achieved in the first 100 days, to deliver on the expectations of the people of Scotland. We've set out an ambitious agenda, we've delivered on it in the first 100 days, and we intend to continue to keep delivering on it for the remainder of this parliamentary term.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. I don't know if you moved the motion. Thank you very much indeed. I now call on Douglas Ross to speak to move Amendment 978.3. Mr Ross, you have around 9 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. And can I thank you and the Presiding Officer for your understanding that I'm unable to remain for the whole debate today. I have to say, this chamber has witnessed its fair share of poor speeches, but that one from the Deputy First Minister will rank pretty highly. How any self-respecting politician can be on his feet for more than a quarter of an hour and say how great his government are and not actually realise what his government have done over the last 100 days and how they have let down the people of Scotland. Now, John Swinney made a fool of himself during the summer when he introduced the term vertical drinking. However, I think he's now come up with a new meaning to the word delivery, because this government has not delivered over the last 100 days. It has in fact failed time and time again, and I'll come on to explain just some of the reasons. But for a moment, I want to discuss this debate, this topic, this Scottish Government-led debate. The SNP government get to choose the topic, get to say we debate it for hours at a time, and they could choose any subject they want. They could have chosen to speak about the NHS treatment backlog. They could have spoken to discuss how we get a strong economic recovery from COVID-19. They could have chosen to discuss the future of Scottish education. They could have chosen to pretty much discuss any issue of importance to the people of Scotland. But no, the SNP chose to instead pat themselves on the back and say how great they've been over the last 100 days. Completely bereft of ideas to sort out the mess they've made of this country, they would rather pretend everything is great and hope if they say it enough, people will believe them. But everything isn't great. In fact, far from it. So let's look at the areas that John Swinney didn't mention. Apart from an intervention from this side, we got a couple of lines about Scotland's drug death crisis. Yet it was during the 100 days since they were elected as the Scottish Government that the appalling drug death figures were again released for last year. And yet again, an increase in the lives cut short and families left devastated. Scotland remains the drug death capital of Europe, and the Deputy First Minister had nothing to say about it. In fact, it's so bad in Scotland just now, Deputy Presiding Officer, that 3 deaths every single day are as a result of drug misuse here in Scotland. So while John Swinney and his government are celebrating about how they've delivered over the last 100 days, and indeed since they were re-elected 117 days ago, more than 350 families have lost a loved one. The Deputy First Minister celebrates his government. They grieve a son or a daughter, a brother or a sister, a friend or a loved one. And it is shameful we got nothing from the Deputy First Minister about that crisis. But Scottish Conservatives have plans, as Stephen Kerr said. We have published our plans for a right to recovery, and we will push that forward at every opportunity to make sure the help is there for those who need it. Still speaking about health. Of course I will.
Emma Harper.
I thank Douglas Ross for taking an intervention. I'm just wondering if the proposals within the Right to Recovery Bill will ask for devolution of drug policy so we can do more with what powers that we really need in this country if we're going to tackle that.
Douglas Ross.
I thought Emma Harper came from a medical background. She would then surely be able to tell that we currently have the exact same powers over drug misuse in Scotland as every other part of the United Kingdom, but our drug deaths are more than 3 times higher. And she asks about the Scottish Conservative proposals. They are proposals that we are bringing forward that are backed by 7 recovery groups. So instead of sniping from the sidelines, perhaps Emma Harper will join with us to deal with the problem that the SNP have overseen for the last 14 years. And I was speaking about health because during the first 100 days we have had a recovery plan for the NHS, but it's one that failed to mention long COVID, that was a rehash of the previous announcements that have been made, and is so underwhelming. It gives neither patients or staff the confidence that this government actually understands the massive challenges facing the NHS here in Scotland in the months and years ahead. Now, maybe the reason that we've not had much progress is because the Health Secretary was so busy rolling out a COVID vaccination status app. No, he wasn't doing that either, was he? Because people in Scotland have suffered because the SNP Scottish Government wanted to do it differently. They couldn't work with the UK Government like other devolved administrations. They had to set up their own system. It's now delayed, costing taxpayers extra money, holidaymakers find themselves unable to access venues abroad, and vital oil and gas workers are struggling to get into Norway. What a mess! What a farce! And of course, all completely avoidable. Now let's move from health to transport, again an area not covered by the Deputy First Minister, and the crisis with Scotland's ferries continues. Local people and tourists are forced to rely on ancient vessels that regularly break down. The Transport Minister hasn't been seen on a ferry since his appointment, but maybe he's too busy painting on windows, ready for another launch event for Nicola Sturgeon to turn up to. Because, you see, with the SNP, it doesn't seem to matter if the ferries actually work. They just paint over the cracks and hope no one notices. What about education? Our young people continue to be let down by this government. Over the last 100 days, this year's exam results showed that the attainment gap between our richest and poorest pupils has increased again. A gap that John Swinney's government was supposed to be eliminating. And who could forget the First Minister having complete confidence in the SQA at F&Q's one lunchtime before her government announced the body would be scrapped a few hours later. As we heard earlier, Scotland's economic recovery is at risk with new Green ministers, but it seems that the SNP were already determined to hold us back. Recently, my colleague Donald Cameron revealed that the SNP scheme to build affordable homes in rural areas has spent half its budget in the last 5 years. We have a housing crisis in rural Scotland, and the SNP yet again failed to deliver. And we know in response to a question from my colleague Miles Briggs that 275 Scottish families have been living in temporary accommodation for at least 3 years. The Scottish Government response, and I quote, "These are concerning statistics." It's far, far worse than that, and they're not statistics. These are families who are looking for support and have been parked by the government for years. The new Justice Secretary He's not here. He's maybe reading his brief because he's not fared very well either. He struggled to get to grips with his new portfolio and incorrectly announced that the Inverness prison would be delayed for up to 2 years, only to be bailed out by his officials a few days later to confirm that wasn't the case. But sadly, there's been no reprieve for people trying to get through to Police Scotland on 101 recently. More than 40% of calls to 101 in June were abandoned. So that's right. During 1 month, right in the middle of when John Swinney expects us all to believe his government were delivering for Scotland, more than 70,000 calls to 101 could not get through. So while the SNP wanted today's debate to be an exercise in self-congratulation, I've only managed to use the time available to me to scratch at the surface of the failures they presided over since the election. The list can and should go on, and I'm sure other speakers in this debate will use that opportunity. The fact is that no matter how much this government wished to make the aftermath of the election a new beginning, it cannot escape its old feelings and the new ones that it is continually creating. As we heard earlier, this is not day 100 or 117 since the election. This is day 5,234 of the SNP coming to power. They've already had 14 years in government, and their record over the last decade is no better than their record since the election in May, and no supine parliamentary debate or coalition deal can change that. So while I look forward to debating the SNP Greens' belated programme for government next week, I already know what's going to be at the centrepiece. It's not going to be a plan to help children catch up from a year of disrupted schooling. It's not going to be a plan to support employers and businesses to deliver our economic recovery. It's not even, with their new coalition partners, going to be a plan to give our nation the leadership it needs to meet our climate targets. It will be about a second independence referendum. Even in the aftermath of a global pandemic, when families still face huge uncertainty over their future, when workers still don't know if their jobs are secure and many public services haven't returned to normal, the SNP cannot let their obsession go. They have no answer to the challenges of the day that Scotland faces. Deputy Presiding Officer, this remains the same tired, stale government, regardless of whether we are debating 100 days or 5,000 days. And that's why the Scottish Conservatives, as the largest opposition party, are getting on with the job of building Scotland's real alternative. Because the more the SNP preside over failures, the more they let down our country. On this side of the chamber, we can't and won't stand back and allow that to happen. I move the amendment in my name.
Thank you very much, Mr Ross. I now call on Anna Sarwar to speak to Move Amendment 978.2. Mr Sarwar, you have 7 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and because I'll forget later, I'll move the amendment in my name right from the outset. I think it's important to reflect on where we are in terms of our country coming through this pandemic. I'll come in a moment to the 100 days since the election, or the 117 days rather since the election. Let's not forget that thousands of our fellow citizens have lost their lives. Almost every family across our country has grieved the loss of a relative or a wider loved one. Every child in the country has been touched by lost education. Every child in our country has been touched by challenges around their mental health and their well-being. There are tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of our fellow citizens waiting, I was going to say patiently, but probably impatiently, for their health care. A huge backlog in terms of cancer diagnosis, a huge backlog in terms of cancer treatment, a huge backlog on mental health support, particularly for child and adolescent mental health services, a huge backlog pre the pandemic, all exacerbated by the pandemic. There will be tens of thousands of people worried about if and when they'll have a job to go back to. We face a looming unemployment crisis coming through this pandemic. Every single business across the country will have their own fears and their own anxieties about what this recovery truly means for them as we head into this latest phase of this pandemic. Justice delayed is justice denied. There are tens of thousands of our fellow citizens who haven't had access to justice through this pandemic period, and a huge backlog, not of cases, but also a huge backlog in terms of people on remand. Many of those people, ultimately, who may well be found innocent of what they're accused of in remand for an extended period of time. All that pressure on our key workers, whether that be teachers, whether that be care workers, whether that be NHS staff, whether that be council workers, cleansing workers, retail workers, food delivery workers, All that huge challenge and that moment, layered on top of all of that in terms of our national crisis around those issues, you have, yes, the global pandemic, but also the global climate emergency. This is a real and huge moment for our country. What it requires is not more of the same. What it requires is not just rhetoric. What it requires is more than just cheap soundbites and platitudes from the government and the new coalition partners. It requires meaningful, deep action, and it requires bigger ideas than the ones they presented in the last Parliament. It needs bigger ideas, frankly, than the idea of independence. It needs big ideas to make sure we can deliver for people across our country. And while today's motion from the Deputy First Minister is filled with triumphant praise, it will surprise no one who has followed this government's conduct in office to learn that things are not quite as they seem on paper. Because the truth is that far from this being 100 days in which the SNP have transformed Scotland and started that important work of our national recovery, it is instead a missed opportunity. The challenges we face in recovering from the pandemic have been profound. But rather than rising to that challenge, the SNP's first step document has been mostly a tick-box exercise. No doubt ministers will be pleased with themselves, patting themselves on their back for their achievements, but these weren't the big actions of a government taking the big decisions necessary to tackle Scotland's recovery. It is an unambitious list from a tired government that has been in power for 14 years and run out of the big ideas. Because the truth is that while ministers should have been focused on our safe exit from lockdown and kick-starting Scotland's recovery, they have spent the summer formalising their coalition of cuts with the Greens. Given a chance to step up and demonstrate a commitment to the national recovery we all said would be a priority in the election, they have instead predictably doubled down on their own obsessions and dodging parliamentary scrutiny. Scotland needs a government focused on results and positive changes, not more of the same of the last 5 years, indeed the last 14 years. No one wants a celebration of the appointment of its own ministers to be that one of those tick-box exercises or the short-term solutions to our problems or self-congratulatory government. They want big ideas. And that's why Scottish Labour has called for an ambitious jobs guarantee scheme that would ensure that no young person that experienced the economic scarring of the pandemic is left behind or left unemployed. Instead, we have the SNP wanting to celebrate the appointment of a minister responsible for youth employment who is overseeing a young person's guarantee that has no targets or meaningful measures of success and won't actually give the guarantee that it claims on paper. Almost like that legal guarantee of treatment where we break the law rather than actually give people the treatment they need. There are 30,000 unemployed young Scots and 18,000 still on furlough. What they need is ambition and delivery from government, not rhetoric and promises of something in the future. We call for an NHS recovery plan to tackle the clinical backlog, support our frontline heroes and deliver a catch-up in our cancer services. Instead of promised fast-track cancer diagnosis centres, they have been late, and the Health Secretary has spent most of the summer either being absent or denying there is a crisis. The worst A&E waiting times, third week in a row since the history of those stats being produced in 2005. And the recovery plan, when it did emerge, was barely a pamphlet. Low ambition, criticised by staff, and more about, again, a PR exercise and slick rhetoric rather than actually delivering for people on the ground. Happy to.
Alex Cole-Hamilton.
I'm very grateful to Anas Sarwar for giving way. He's absolutely right in the lack of ambition around acute care, but does he also recognise the work done by members such as Jackie Bailey, Sandesh Kulhani and myself on the issue of long COVID, and that there are as many as 100,000 Scots facing this devastating condition without the support that is available to other sufferers in other parts of the United Kingdom?
Anas Sarwar.
I thank Alex Cole-Hamilton for raising that and congratulate all the members that he mentioned by name. If I don't congratulate Jackie Bailey, I'll pay a heavy price for it later. But look, it's a really serious and important issue. Long COVID has impacted many of our fellow citizens. This pandemic has not gone away. People are still getting COVID. People are still hospitalised by COVID. Sadly, people are still dying from COVID, and people are still getting long COVID. And what it needs is direct action. So we heard from the First Minister today lots of warm words, being the great unifier, wanting to have cooperation, saying when there's ideas, we're willing to take them on board. I have heard people from across this Parliament talk about long COVID clinics, dedicate long COVID clinics, since this Parliament reconvened after the election. and we have still not had that backed up with delivery. So we can have all the warm words about cooperation, but cooperation has to be more than just saying, roll over and agree with what we want. It has to be genuine listening to other people's concerns. And on the issue of long COVID, I wholeheartedly agree with Alec Cole-Hamilton. Happy to take the intervention from Emma Harper.
Emma Harper.
Take that intervention. Does he not agree that the respiratory care action plan that's being implemented right now by the Scottish Government does include long COVID as part of that respiratory care action plan?
Anna Sarwar.
Look, I welcome the respiratory care, but actually long COVID is more than just respiratory care. And also the thing about action plans and consultations and working groups, okay, fantastic, brings people together, gets ideas. But to be honest, at some point the government needs to get past strategy documents and all these action groups and actually go to the action being delivered itself. I mean, I think it was Willie Rennie that said if every working group, for every working group the Scottish Government announced a job was created, we'd have full employment in Scotland. I think he's right about that. It's time to turn from those working groups and talking shops and actually deliver for people across the country. So I'll say in closing, Deputy Presiding Officer, there is still time to take the urgent action we need to tackle this crisis. Let's deliver a genuine jobs guarantee for young people and the long-term unemployed. Let's double the Scottish Child Payment immediately to confront child poverty. Let's remobilise the NHS to confront Scotland's biggest killer, cancer, back that up around camp support, back that up in terms of long COVID clinics. Let's take urgent action so we do not have a repeat of the SQA exams fiasco year after year after year, and let's make sure we're investing in our young people. Let's not pretend this is day one of a new SNP government. It's day 5,233. And after all that time, what the people of Scotland need is a government that wants to truly bring us together, not pull us apart. It wants a government that wants to talk, but not just do talk, but actually deliver in action. Scotland needs this government to do better.
Thank you, Mr Sarwar. I now call on Alex Cole-Hamilton to speak to and move Amendment 978.1. Mr Cole-Hamilton, you have 6 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I move the amendment in my name. And may I also take this opportunity to welcome Lorna Slater and Patrick Harvey to their places. Despite my earlier remarks and the opposition of my party, I do recognise that this is a big day for them. I wish them success in their new roles. Presiding Officer, 100 days is a long time in politics, but it's even longer if you are suffering from suicidal thoughts and still haven't been seen by a psychiatrist, if you are a drug user who has reached out for help and been told that it will be 10 days before you receive an assessment phone call, or if you're still waiting for a laptop to access online learning, and it's a long time for those in particular living in rural areas amid unmet promises on increased connectivity, or waiting on ferries that were allowed to rust in Scotland's shipyards. There have been discussions about the exact date of the government's 100 days and when they fell. But given the gravity of the situations facing all of our constituents, I will not waste precious time bickering about those days. For me, that was something of a false flag, which helpfully deviated from this government's record. Deputy Presiding Officer, last week the Scottish Government published its much hype and much called for NHS recovery plan, and we have heard it was rather a thin document. But given the pressure our health services under, my team and I were anticipating a weighty tome full of evidence-based policies, new strategies, clarity for under-pressure staff on when they might expect some relief. Instead, what we got are 26 pages of repackaged and reheated promises. With A&E departments more stretched than ever before, and well over 200,000 operations lost or deferred to the pandemic, patients and staff deserved more than wafer-thin guarantees and recycled commitments. What they got, however, was a vague and poorly thought-out avoidance strategy. The plan's answer to the crisis facing the NHS appeared to be to suppress demand and shift patients online. I can't even decide whether the GP recruitment target is for 2026 or 2028. It can't be both, but the recovery plan suggests it is. GPs are being asked to do more with less, but with the same increase in capacity that was planned in 2017. So pre-pandemic, it just does not add up. During the election, the SNP promised a plan that would deliver 10% more capacity. Based on the plan that was published last week, the only thing that the SNP looks set to deliver is yet more disappointment. Deputy Presiding Officer, despite modelling suggesting that up to 100,000 people in Scotland could suffer from long COVID. The NHS recovery plan just doesn't mention it, not even once. That's a disgrace. That is a disgrace. Last week I attended the Long COVID Cafe run by Long COVID Scotland. It was devastating. It was truly devastating to see people who should be in the prime of their life laid low by this crushing condition was an eye-opener. And frankly, it is not unduly fair to say that they would be better off in England, where they would have at least access to the long COVID clinics that Anas Sarwar rightly points out has been talked about in this chamber since this Parliament reconvened after the election. Presiding Officer, long COVID is perhaps the biggest disabling event since the First World War. Yet many people who are suffering this condition cannot even verify they have it because they never were tested for COVID in the early days, in the first wave of the pandemic, and as such are left in limbo without access to support, without access to long-term sick pay. And they're suffering those awful conditions like air hunger, chronic fatigue, gastrointestinal issues as well. They are not getting the support that they need. I'm working very closely, as I said earlier, with Jackie Bailey and Dr Sandesh Gulhani to establish a cross-party group on the condition. And we are doing this because we recognise just how important this is going to become to the work of this chamber going forward. Professor Jason Leach said that cases of COVID could be as high as 14,000 a day this week. Test and Protect, yet, is still understaffed and struggling. Positive cases will certainly slip through the cracks and more people will become infected as a result and come down with long COVID as a result. I find it astonishing that this government still refuses to properly engage with the threat that that condition poses to our communities, and that complacency will be devastating, not least to those sufferers and those around them, particularly women and young people. Letting down young people has become somewhat symptomatic of an SNP government, and the 100-day pledge that we are debating today is no different. The one ray of hope I would accept is in the commitment and the bold commitment to clear down child and adolescent mental health waiting targets by 2023. I wish the government well in that. It is so needed. You cannot continue to have children waiting 2 years for first-line treatment. In our schools, children and young people need more support than ever. After a year of disruption with soaring class sizes and staff shortages, part of everyday life in most schools, there is dire need for focus, because this doesn't have to be this way. Permanent funding structures will give local authorities the confidence they need to properly invest in their workforce. No teachers should be left without a job. Yet precious employment and a dearth of jobs means qualified teachers are being driven away from the profession. It is a workforce planning disaster. Giving a laptop to every child in Scotland isn't much use if there are no teachers in post who can help them to learn how to use it. Given the sheer scale of the disappointment felt after 14 years of government, such a self-congratulatory debate is infuriating. 6 minutes is nowhere near enough time to explore those areas where this government has been found wanting. In the last year, there's been a 10% increase in open homelessness cases. A&E departments have seen the worst waiting time figures since the records began. Our planet is on the brink of being irreparably damaged, and alcohol-related deaths are 17% higher than they were 2 years ago. The Scottish Government could have used this afternoon to call for a debate on any one of the above issues, inviting colleagues from across this chamber to work constructively to address them. Instead, the Cabinet Secretary has tabled a motion calling on Parliament to give this government a pat on the back for all their successes. Quite simply, this plan and its delivery are not good enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Cole-Hamilton. We now move to the open debate. I'm afraid we've used up all the latitude we had earlier on in terms of extra time, so any interventions will have to be accommodated in your time allocation. I call firstly Stuart McMillan, who will be followed by Oliver Mundell. Mr McMillan, you have 6 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Patrick Harvey and Lorna Slater to their new positions. Presiding Officer, I'm pleased to be speaking in this debate today, and I do welcome the bold steps that the Scottish Government have taken since the election. In the 100 days, the SNP have delivered 80 priorities set out by the First Minister in May, and demonstrating the commitment to taking the action needed to make lasting generational change to improve the lives of people across Scotland and also my Greenock and Inverclyde constituency. Recovery from the pandemic is, of course, the urgent priority, and I welcome the ambitious and transformative measures that the SNP have delivered thus far. However, this is only the beginning, and there is much more we can and will do to build a fairer and more sustainable country as we continue to drive Scotland's recovery from COVID-19. It will come as no surprise to anybody in the Chamber that I do believe that the full powers of independence should enable us to go even further, which is why it's essential that the people of Scotland have a choice over our future once the COVID crisis has passed. The independence referendum will come, but I will focus on what the Scottish Government have achieved for the people of Scotland during these first 100 days, which is in stark contrast to what the Tory Westminster Government have delivered. Presiding Officer, I would take up my entire speech and more to list every achievement delivered. So I will focus on a few that I know will make a positive impact for my constituents. First, the 4% average pay rise for NHS workers, including full back pay, on top of the £500 payment made to all health and social care staff earlier this year in challenging economic times. The Scottish Government are making a point of ensuring that frontline NHS staff are recognised for their service and dedication. Another commitment delivered was increasing the school clothing grants to at least £120 per primary and £150 per secondary school child, and abolishing core curriculum charges for all pupils. The Scottish Government also provided a further £100 payment to families to coincide with the start of the summer holidays. This was in addition to the £100 paid at Easter, and also as part of the £520 support commitment made to lower income families. And we know that COVID has affected many people's finances, so this support will help many families in my constituency by putting some money and more money in their pockets. The pupils and families will also benefit from the abolition of fees for music and arts tuition in schools. And as someone who plays an instrument, I recognise the positive impact that these subjects can actually have on a I recognise the positive impact these subjects can actually have on a child's development and also enjoyment.
Morven Mundell.
I disagree with the member's analysis, but does he not accept that it's as a result of cuts by his own government that those charges became commonplace right across Scotland?
Stuart McMillan.
I disagree with Mr Mundell, and you probably won't be surprised that I've actually said that. I mean, if Mr Mundell actually looks at the financing that actually came from the consecutive Westminster governments to the Scottish Parliament, he will understand if you actually want to look at the facts, there has been a real terms cut to Scotland's budget. Now, looking beyond the 100 days, the Scottish Government have committed to double the Scottish child payment to £20 during this parliamentary term. And figures from the Scottish Fiscal Commission indicate that around 2,500 children and families in Inverclyde could benefit from this payment, which has been labelled a game changer by child poverty charities. Now, with a combination of support, including the Scottish Child Payment, the Best Start Grant and also Best Start Foods, eligible low-income families with one child could receive up to £5,200 by the time their child turns 6. So whilst the Scottish Government gives with one hand, the Tory UK Government are taking it away with another. The removal of the £20 universal credit uplift will be devastating for many households across Scotland. And the Joseph Rowntree Foundation has warned that millions of households will face an income loss equivalent to £1,040 a year. But by extending the uplift, the UK Government can actually boost the incomes of 1.5 million people, including 300,000 children. The UK Government is rightly saying that it wants to support people back into work as we emerge from the crisis, but research indicates that working families make up the majority of those who will be affected. So when Douglas Ross earlier moaned about the SNP Green Cooperation Agreement and his nonsensical rhetoric about the agreement adversely affecting hard-working families, if Mr Ross focused on one job as compared to his multiple jobs, he may actually have realised the fact that working families make up the majority of those who will be affected. It's clear then that the multi-millionaire Tory MP Rishi Sunak's decision will create more in-work poverty, including for hard-working families, and plunge more people into crisis. Mr Kerr. Rishi Sunak's reputation will be forever damaged by driving more people into poverty and desperation. And that is in complete contrast to the actions of this Scottish Government, who are determined to reduce poverty and make Scotland a fairer, greener and more equal society. Presiding Officer, the list does go on, but I'm just going to touch upon a couple. In 100 days, we've also opened 3 fast-track cancer diagnostic centres, secured a £10,000 bursary for Scottish student paramedics, invested £70 million in youth employment through our Young Persons Guarantee, delivered £10 million to restore nature and improve biodiversity, increased funding for local heat and energy efficiency projects, and many, many more. However, we have seen a Scottish Government start this session with great speed and cooperation, instead of the absolute chaos we see from the Tories at Westminster. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Macmillan. I now call Oliver Mundell to be followed by Carol Mochan. Mr Mundell, 6 minutes.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The first 100 days of a new parliamentary session, if not a new government, is an opportunity to hit the political reset button, an opportunity to do things differently, to take the country forward. Never has this task been more important than following the last 18 months, which this whole country has lived through. To say that the first 100 days of this new Parliament has been a wasted opportunity is an understatement, and I can't sum it up better than the lacklustre speech we heard from John Swinney. Far from setting out an ambitious programme to take us forward, all we see is the same old tired thinking and obsession with the arguments of the past. Worse still, this doesn't even seem to have been able to be repackaged and cobbled together into a programme for government in time for this Parliament returning. What can be more depressing than the realisation that the priority for the Scottish Government's Deputy First Minister and Cabinet Secretary for the COVID recovery over the summer was not the wider interests of the people of Scotland, but the narrow political interests of the SNP? Whatever happened to Nicola Sturgeon's big, bold offer to work across this chamber? Like so many of the SNP's promises, the answer is nothing, because rather than building a broad coalition and taking the whole country forward together, the SNP have focused on bringing on board a band of extremists to bolster their case for independence. If the case for breaking up our country in the midst of a global health pandemic seemed dangerous enough already, surely the prospect of putting people into government who want to shrink our economy, destroy jobs and condemn those living in rural communities to be punished for their hard work growing our food and penalised for driving a car where no public transport exists hardly provides you with any confidence. And I'll offer a little bit of advice. It certainly doesn't move you from no to yes. After all, let's not pretend that the Greens are there to champion the environment. No, this is all about their extreme left-wing pet projects and their shared ambition to bring about the end of the United Kingdom as we know it. Yes, today is historic, but for all the wrong reasons. Many will argue that this is the first time a party has gone into government to make a country smaller, poorer and reverse the life chances of its citizens. Those less charitable might argue that's what the SNP have been trying to do for the past 14 years. But we've not seen anything yet. Against the backdrop of that coalition of chaos, the so-called achievements of the first 100 days look even more feeble, merely a placeholder to fill the vacuum while the deal was hammered out. Take education alone. It takes some doing to pat yourself on the back for increasing teacher numbers when you spent years arguing that your own cuts to teacher numbers have had no impact on classroom learning. It's equally absurd to claim that having discussions about the distribution of laptops and iPads is the same thing as delivering them into the hands of the children and young people that need them. Something which is made even more ridiculous by the fact that some local authorities, such as Scottish Borders Council and a number of individual schools, managed to do this some time ago when it actually made a critical difference. As I said after the election, during the 100 days education debate, where are the serious plans for catch-up after an average of 16 weeks lost learning? Surely our young people deserved a little bit more than they got. Where are the big, bold ideas to restore standards in our education system? Where is the humility when it comes to admitting that the SNP have got it wrong? Where is the big vision? Why are we so heavily dependent on the OECD's conclusions when a number of Scottish educationalists and teachers have been sounding the alarm bells for years? The answer is simple. Presiding Officer, this is a tired government who have run out of ideas of their own. It's a government that are responsible for so many of the problems in Scotland, not because they happen to be in office today, but because it's their policy choices over the last 14 years that have created them. Now, the best they can do, after falling short on that all-important and expected electoral majority, is to draft in some new passengers for the government limos. I suspect, in the absence of any serious ideas from the SNP, we'll come to find that it's Patrick Harvie and Lorna Slater who are in the driving seat when it comes to dictating government policy. This is bad news for my constituents and, for that matter, the whole country. Presiding Officer, what a way to end your 100 days in office, or to put it another way, imagine getting to 5,234 days in office, and this is the best it gets. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mundell. I now call Carol Mochan to be followed by Fulton McGregor. Ms Mochan, you have 6 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. It's good to be back here at Holyrood, making a start on the job we were all elected to do, push Scotland forward and building a better future for us all. And to my mind at least, it's long overdue. This Parliament needs to use its time and its powers much more decisively and effectively. It is our duty to do so, not only for those who elected us, but to the generations who fought to bring power here in the first place. During the summer, I've been out regularly, speaking to constituents. The most common question I'm asked after "Why are you at the door?" is a simple one. What does the Scottish Parliament actually do? I will be honest, in the first months of my time as an MSP, I have found myself asking the same question. In short, the answer is not enough. It is a great disappointment that to see that the Government's plan and delivery for the first 100 days of government is, as usual, more than underwhelming. Whilst there are positive advances that are to be welcomed, including an inquiry into the COVID crisis and £1 billion for the NHS, it is far from the radical template for a new country that the manifestos of the two governing parties suggested back in May. In reality, most of the plan is just recycled announcements that were already known. The long-awaited NHS recovery plan unfortunately contains nothing of note for social care, which is at a catastrophic tipping point. It lacks meaningful youth job guarantee, and we are still left with little to no detail at all on what was to be done to help people in rented accommodation in Scotland. I understand that this is part of a great many things that we will hear about later in the year, a promise the public have gotten used to under this government. Reform of the rented sector is one of the key public concerns of our age, and we often hear positive rhetoric about Scotland's supposedly progressive approach to housing. But that does not stand up even to the most cursory bit of scrutiny. Whilst I'm sure many will welcome input from the Greens, it will need to be more than just another voice in the room. We are years behind on these reforms, and if we do not act now, with the added economic costs of COVID, it may be too late to get many renters' lives back on track. The saddest fact is we all know a great deal of the public do not pay much attention to what goes on in this building, precisely because so much is consigned to reports, future plans, one-off payments, with little long-term purpose behind them. Perhaps this term will be different and my words of warning will sound hollow. I truly hope that is the case. But if we have another 5 years of governance in Scotland in which decisions such as doubling the Scottish Child Payment or saying no to the Campbell oil fields are not made, then will we be back here again in 2026. Finally, Presiding Officer, I would like to warn that a greener Scotland does not simply mean having Greens in the government, but should mean actively pursuing radical and transformative change. As noted by the world-renowned climate activist Greta Thunberg today, Scotland, under this government, has done little to suggest it is a world leader on climate change. And with COP26 approaching, we could well become caught out in front of the world's gaze. Scottish Labour have said we need to use the opportunity of COP26 to show leadership on tackling the climate emergency and deliver a just transition with thousands of new green jobs across Scotland. Under this government, direct jobs in the low-carbon economy are at their lowest level since 2014, and the SNP's new
Green Jobs Workforce Academy amounts to little more than a new jobs portal. This is not good enough. So before you publish another plan to keep the press happy, my message to the SNP and the Greens during this important week is simple. You cannot stand up for Scotland by lying down. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Mochan. I now call on Fulton McGregor, who will be followed by Gillian Mackay. Mr McGregor, 6 minutes.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It's a great pleasure to speak in this debate and in the many remarkable achievements of this government already in such a short time into office. And I think the scale of these, the 100 achievements, are a testament to our desire to repay the public for the faith that they put in us in May this year. And I also want to say that I wholeheartedly welcome the cooperation agreement between the SNP and the Green Party, and I think it will do a lot to build a fairer, more equal country. Many of our achievements have already been talked about at length, including the well-deserved 4% pay rise for our hard-working and heroic NHS staff, the largest increase anywhere in the UK, and also the development of a national care service, the details of which I'm personally looking forward to scrutinising here in this Parliament and making sure it can be as good a service as possible. And I was also really pleased to hear about the Women's Health Plan to tackle those inherent inequalities that we all know about. And perhaps, Presiding Officer, this announcement stood out for me more than ever this year, because as some members may be aware, over the summer recess I became a dad for the third time to a baby girl. And I thought it would be right at this point to mention her in the chamber, like I did when I became a dad last time. So a shout out to baby Morven McGregor, as it's my first speech here. Thank you. And although I've always known it, we all do in this chamber, and we all know about the inequalities, perhaps now, over the last few weeks, I understand more keenly the challenges she will face growing up, that perhaps I now know that her brothers and her male peers will not face. And I suppose there's that wee bit about the understanding, the knowing it and the understanding of it. And I think it's my job, and all our jobs in here, to make sure that that is not the case. And that's why I really welcome this policy development and others like it. Presiding Officer, moving on, I'd like to focus my remarks on some of the policies and achievements that are aimed at supporting children, young people and families. And again, some colleagues across the chamber have already mentioned them. One that sticks out is the making further strides to improve the attainment gap through, for example, the pupil equity funding and the Challenge Authority programme. In my constituency of Coatbridge and Chryson, I'd like to make some progress, perhaps come back to you. My constituency of Coatbridge and Chryson has some significant areas of poverty and deprivation, and I stood for election to vote for policies that will directly tackle this, and I'm glad that these measures and others like it do just that. And related to this is the expansion of free school meals to P4s, another positive step, although I would like to say to the Government that I would be supportive of a universal free school meals throughout to all school pupils in Scotland. And I hope that by expanding this to P4s, this is something we're very much on a path towards. And likewise with school uniforms, not just now please, and likewise with school uniforms, I welcome the increase in the grant. I also note that the SNP Green Draft Agreement pledges to bring forward statutory guidance for schools in relation to school uniforms. And I was wondering, in summing up, if the Deputy First Minister can give us an update on where discussions on that issue may be at, because it's an issue that I'm very interested in. And of course, the rollout of 1140 hours, again, is a massive step forward, and to deliver this, and despite of the pandemic, I think is a great achievement, and this will help many families. And on a slightly separate note, I know that Minister Claire Hawkey is visiting Auchinnairn After School Care in Forest School on Friday, which is in my constituency, and although I'm unable to join her, and I want to thank her for the invite, I'm sure she'll have a very warm welcome from the people of Coatbridge and Chryson and be very impressed by the Forest School. Presiding Officer, a couple of other policies I want to mention that are similarly related and have a particular significance in my constituency. For example, the play parks refurbishment. I think it's quite a simple policy, but I really do just think it's a fantastic one. And I noticed during the election period as well, it engages so many people. My team and I are actually currently working on a survey to find out what parts constituents across Coatbridge and Chryson should be prioritised, and also asking questions around accessibility, because I think there's real questions about disabled access to a lot of our parks as well. And I also think the £20 million investment in summer activities has been such a game changer for so many in our communities. And I want to give a wee example there that I actually came across the benefits of this directly just at the weekend by accident. I booked my two older children and their cousins to a planetarium event at Lyon Museum in Coatbridge. And when I got there, I was actually told by one of the staff that was setting it up that it was a free event that came about through the government funding. And it was absolutely a fantastic event, I have to say, for the kids, of course, learning about space, and they got to hold real meteoroids and the like, and my wee boy's been talking about it since. And this was repeated. This was repeated throughout events across Lanarkshire. So from my point of view, it was really good to get that real life, unplanned. I wasn't there as an MSP as such, although it was in my constituency, but an experience of how this is actually working and seeing that. So I'd like to thank the government for that, because it really was an excellent event, and I know, as I say, there was a lot like it. I'm not going to be able to take any interventions. There's a lot I wanted to say in this debate, so I do apologise to the member for that. But in conclusion, Presiding Officer, I just want to end by saying that I support this motion, and the pledges that we've already delivered are remarkable. But clearly the biggest issue we still face is the response to COVID-19, and I can't say that I'm not becoming increasingly anxious about the rise in cases in recent weeks. I think it's getting to the stage now where I know quite a large number of individuals and families who have actually contracted COVID, so there is a real increase there. I believe that the government have responded well in rolling out the vaccine, prioritising schools and reopening gradually, and they will continue to have my support on whatever steps they think are appropriate to continue to curtail this virus, move through and out of this very difficult time in our history. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr McGregor. And can I wish you and Mrs McGregor all the best as you enter the outnumbered years. I now call Gillian Mackay, who will be followed by Dean Lockhart. Ms Mackay, 6 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I also take this opportunity to welcome Patrick Harvie and Lorna Slater to their new jobs? I'm sure you'll have every success in them. I welcome this debate on the first 100 days of Parliament. While COVID cases continue to soar and our NHS is placed under increasing pressure, it makes sense to reflect on what has been achieved in the first 100 days and how much further we have to go before the pandemic is behind us and our health service can fully recover. While the COVID crisis is by no means over, it's never too early to begin learning lessons from the pandemic. I'm therefore pleased that the Scottish Government has taken steps to establish a public inquiry. The COVID crisis has left thousands of people with long-term health effects, and many have tragically died. We've witnessed this terrible virus devastate care homes, place our loved ones in hospital and change the way we live our lives. The Government's handling of the pandemic must be thoroughly scrutinised so we can establish how Scotland could have better prepared and ensure we're in a better position to handle future pandemics. It's been almost 18 months since the first COVID case in Scotland, and during this time, healthcare staff have gone above and beyond to protect us from the virus, while continuing to deliver emergency and routine care. Staff are exhausted and demoralised, and as we make plans to help our NHS recover, we must avoid placing extra pressure on them. The NHS recovery plan must be accompanied by clear messaging from the Scottish Government. Ministers need to be honest with the public about what level of service the NHS can provide while it recovers and how long they will be expected to wait for routine treatment. It cannot be left up to already overburdened staff to deliver this message. Just last week, a GP wrote to me about the negativity practice staff had faced when explaining to patients that they cannot access general practice the way they used to, saying that often staff have been in tears. They said that comments in the media when the plan was published about GPs opening up for face-to-face appointments was unhelpful. General practice has always been and remains open, and throughout the pandemic, GPs have held face-to-face appointments when clinically necessary. Due to rising patient demand, GPs are having to triage patients so that the most urgent cases will be seen first, and the reality is that this will continue for some time. We need to see leadership from the Government on this issue and a public information campaign that clearly sets out how people can expect to access health services in the wake of COVID. In order for our NHS to recover, recruitment and retention must be prioritised, and attractive paying conditions will be key to this. We know that some clinicians and trade unions have expressed disappointment at the proposed pay increases for NHS staff. Chair of the BMA, Dr Lewis Morrison, has said that the 3% pay uplift fails to address years of pay erosion and does virtually nothing to address low morale. As we work to help our NHS recover, another major focus of this Parliament will be social care reform. The Scottish Government's consultation on a national care service has now been published, giving people the chance to have a say in how the service should be shaped. This is a historic moment when we have the chance to transform the way people access social care, to improve choice and autonomy, to deliver greater recognition of unpaid carers and to design an ethical commissioning process, to name a few. This will be some of the most important work we will undertake in this Parliament, and I look forward to working with colleagues across the Chamber to ensure that we have a truly human rights-based, person-centred service. There's also much work to be done to improve our existing public services in the wake of COVID. Rail strikes are growing across Scotland and swift resolution is needed as we risk serious disruption at COP26 when hundreds and thousands of people will be travelling to Glasgow. Abellio has a duty to its staff and passengers to resolve this situation, and it's a problem of the operator's own making and one that it has an obligation to fix. Scottish Greens are strongly supportive of moves to bring ScotRail entirely into public hands. Discussion of what a people's railway will look like when the franchise is taken over by the state need to start now, including how we achieve timetables that work and reduce times rather than increasing them. This is the year of COP26, and this Parliament's response to climate change is rightly under increased scrutiny. The Citizens' Climate Assembly has produced groundbreaking recommendations and given the people's consent to transformative change. We must rise to this challenge. It's in response to the Climate Change Plan update last session, the Environment, Climate Change and Land Reform Committee set out a series of recommendations, and it's vital that we see a meaningful response to these in the run-up to COP26. While reflecting on the past 100 days, it's worth stating that the next 100 days will also be crucial. Our ambitions and decisions in the run-up to COP26 can make a significant difference for generations to come. Thank you.
Gillian Martin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Sorry, just waiting for my microphone. Despite the best efforts of the SNP spin machine and the wording of the government motion today, this is not a new administration with bold new policies and a fresh ministerial team to take Scotland forward. Talk of delivering for the people of Scotland in the first 100 days is frankly ridiculous when you look at the serial failure to deliver in the previous 5,000 days this government has been in power. The SNP motion today talks about creating jobs and delivering a green recovery. But this is the same government that promised to deliver 130,000 jobs in the renewable sector. The reality is that today, 20,000 jobs, that's 20,000 jobs, 15% of that target has been delivered. Let me make a bit of progress, and I will, Mr Ruskell. This is the same government that said Scotland would become a world leader in low-carbon and renewables manufacturing, the Saudi Arabia of renewable energy. But again today, Scotland has a negative balance of trade in the renewable sector. We import £230 million more in renewables equipment than we export. This isn't delivering a sustainable recovery for Scotland. It's a monumental failure to deliver on Scotland's natural resources and the massive opportunities available in this sector. I want to make a bit of progress. In 2017, the SNP promised to deliver a publicly owned energy company, a company that would address fuel poverty, reduce energy prices and help meet climate change targets. 4 years later, and after spending £500,000 of taxpayers' money on feasibility studies, there is no energy company. A policy announced by the First Minister to great fanfare was quietly dropped over recess. The Scottish National Investment Bank, first approved by this Parliament 3 years ago, was supposed to deliver transformational change to Scotland's economy and meet the objectives of net zero, with an initial budget of £500 million promised. 3 years later, less than 20% of this money has been invested. Before the pandemic struck, the Economy Committee published a report covering the first 12 years of the SNP government, concluding that the Scottish Government had failed to meet every single one of its own economic targets. And during the pandemic, as we all saw, repeated failures of ministers to deliver the support desperately needed to save small firms across Scotland, leaving it for the UK Government to save 800,000 jobs and over 150,000 small firms in Scotland. Presiding Officer, there is absolutely no reason to believe that this Government's inability to deliver economic recovery will change. We saw this during recess. We saw the usual announcements of pointless new quangos and advisory groups, with the Cabinet Secretary for Finance announcing a new Council of Economic Transformation, presumably because most of the previous Economic Advisory Council had quit, following criticism of the Government for not understanding how the business or economy works. We all know that the Greens don't believe in economic growth, and in that respect, they have found the perfect coalition partner in the SNP. I will give way now.
Mark Ruskell. Can I thank the member for giving way? If he backs economic growth, will he back the target that's in the Green Agreement here for a doubling of onshore wind capacity in Scotland? Dean Lockhart.
I will back any policy that promotes sustainable economic growth. The point I've been making in this debate is that this has not been achieved after 14 years of SNP government, and the coalition with the Greens will make it even less likely. Presiding Officer, it's not just in economic terms that Scotland has suffered under the SNP. Various MSPs during this debate have highlighted the attainment gap is up, NHS waiting times are at record levels, environmental and climate change targets have been missed, drug deaths are at record highs, and we have a ferry network that is beyond breaking point, a situation that is getting worse and is nothing short of a national scandal. We have 2 ferries still under construction that are now 5 years overdue. £100 million over budget and a ferry network relying on vessels operating years beyond their lifespan, with constant breakdowns causing disruption. If this Government can't get the construction of 2 ferries right, how can we expect it to deliver on the complexities of climate change or COVID recovery? Presiding Officer, the SNP like to blame Westminster whenever things go wrong, as we know, but I want to make it clear that all the policy failures I've just referred to have been 100% within the powers of the SNP, 100% within their devolved powers. Let me conclude by coming back to the Government's motion on the first 100 days, because having listened to the contribution of ministers today, it's clear that the only real action that has been taken in the first 100 days is to enter into the coalition of chaos with the Green Party. A coalition that highlights the true priority of the SNP for this coming parliamentary session. They will once again prioritise constitutional division at the expense of COVID recovery, the health service, education, drugs deaths and jobs. This is not a new administration, far from it. It's a government with a long track record of failure to deliver, and the addition of the Greens to this administration will only make matters worse. Presiding Officer, I support the amendment in the name of Douglas Ross.
Thank you. I now call Gillian Martin to be followed by Paul O'Kane.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The actions taken by the Scottish Government since its re-election in May have made substantial inroads to delivering the manifesto commitments we put to the Scottish people at the start of this year, and are tangible actions that prove the SNP does what it says it will. And that's important because it replays voter trust, which responsible governments do. And it ultimately improves the lives and opportunities for millions of Scots, including those of us living and working in the North East. The energy sector in the North East is vital to the nation, and what happens in that sphere is particularly crucial to the people of my constituency of Aberdeenshire East. Many parts of Scotland currently rely on oil and gas for jobs, but in the North East it's an overwhelming percentage of our workforce and supply chains, and we must have a just transition to a sustainable energy sector in our area. So I am delighted at the creation of the post from Minister for Just Transition, Employment and Fair Work, and my friend and North East colleague Richard Lochhead MSP is a superb choice for that role, and I look forward to working with him to support the existing skilled workforce of the North East and the next generation of workers who will build sustainable careers in our part of Scotland. We've just voted in Lorna Slater as Minister with responsibilities for skills in this area, a woman with a great deal of relevant expertise. As I campaigned for re-election, the pathways for the reskilling and upskilling of existing oil and gas workforce in particular was a concern of many of the people I spoke to. I look forward to welcoming Ms Slater to my area in due course so that she can hear first-hand what the current barriers are. They need removed and we have no time to waste. I welcome too the additional financial support provided so far by this government to help businesses and innovators. I will take an intervention.
Ms Martin, from whom are you taking the intervention? There were two bids there.
From Mr Kerr.
Liam Kerr.
Very grateful. I'll be suitably brief. I support a lot of what the members just said about the oil and gas industry, but does she share my concern at Lorna Slater's comments about shutting down the industry within the next 4 years?
Gillian Martin.
Yeah, I'm not one for cherry-picking things out of context and levelling them at them. It's been done to me in the past. I don't like it when it's done to others. You know what I also don't like, and I'm not accusing Mr Kerr of this, but there's been a bit of an attack on the female member of our new ministers more than anything today, and I'm getting a distinct whiff of misogyny, not from Mr Kerr, who I respect, but from some of his colleagues. Anyway, I'll get back to my speech if I can. I'm very pleased about the 16.5 in a net zero technology centre in Aberdeen, and the 20 million fund to upskill and retrain people into new careers. And this 25 million fund to help businesses enhance their digital capacity. And I've taken one already. We have a highly skilled and innovative workforce, and the investment such as this, Presiding Officer, noise is off. It's really annoying. So I'm just going to continue.
I think the members made it clear that she's not taking any further interventions.
At the moment, I hear too often about oil and gas workers paying through the nose for retraining and still not getting through the door when applying for renewables jobs. Over the summer, I launched a survey on this issue, and I received comprehensive testimony from 559 workers. And I'm currently collating the responses and will be delivering a report to all relevant government ministers within the next month, and I'm pleased to add Ms Slater to that email recipient list. As someone who represents towns like Inverurie, Mintlaw, Turriff and Ellen, I'm very pleased about the launch of the 10 million Scotland Loves Local Fund to help transform towns and neighbourhoods. And I'm always gratified to see a focus on the rural economy of Scotland and a recognition of the role of our farmers and land managers perform. And it must continue to perform as we move towards a net zero, a sustainable economy. Our agricultural sector is vital and was hit by COVID-19 just as badly as other sectors, while also having to navigate through the chaotic Brexit Boris Johnson's Tories have steered us into. But I must mention the Scottish Government's £715,000 Pig Producers Hardship Fund, which opened yesterday after the closure of the abattoir in Brechin following a COVID-19 outbreak in March. I was contacted by the North East NUFS for help. I have to pay tribute to the former Cabinet Secretary Fergus Ewing, who not only listened to me, but committed to that support almost immediately. His successor, Mary Goujon, has opened the fund this week, I think just yesterday, and I know it's hugely welcome from pig farmers in my area, many of whom were really struggling financially due to the implications of the outbreak. And I look forward to working with my good friend, Ms Goujon, who absolutely understands the challenges of the rural economy. Our young people have been affected particularly harshly by the implications of COVID-19, and many of the actions in the first 100 days will have a positive impact on their lives. Investment of £70 million for the Young Persons Guarantee, the funding to deliver 5,000 more short industry-focused courses, the free bus travels for under-22s, and the removal of dental charges, and the increase in funding on affordable homes will all make a big difference to young people starting out in life. And I'm sure families will welcome the provision of free, healthy school lunches for over 90,000 pupils. I'm also delighted that Aberdeenshire has a pilot project, it's one of the pilot projects to offer free bicycles to children who can't afford them. And Presiding Officer, there's so much more. I've taken the interventions and used up a lot of my time. So I will end now. The depth and breadth of the work carried out so far is an illustration of the seriousness and the responsibility which the Scottish Government is navigating our country through one of the most challenging periods in our country's history. Presiding Officer.
Thank you. I now call Paul O'Kane to be followed by Cocab Stewart, and Cocab Stewart will be the last speaker in the open debate. Mr O'Kane.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. In this debate, I think we've already started to see the truth about these first 100 days of this government. The commitments contained in the SNP First Steps document were not those of a new administration ready to tackle Scotland's recovery, but those of a tired government which has run out of ideas. Indeed, many of the key actions in the 100-day plan are either recycled announcements or feeble promises that have prioritised rhetoric over the substance of delivery for the people of Scotland. And I think it is worth reminding the Chamber again that the first 100 days of the Scottish Government ended nearly 14 years ago. And positioning this Government as something new and bold would be comical if the reality weren't so serious in our health service, our schools and in communities across Scotland. Just as the Government is recycling that 100 days rhetoric, it's also recycling policies, pledges and promises. I note the congratulatory tone of the Government motion, but, Presiding Officer, what have these 100 days really been marked by? Health services struggling to cope with pressures in A&E and ambulance services, rising COVID cases, stalling vaccinations and people now struggling to access testing. Teachers, pupils and parents worried about the return to school and the lack of action over the holidays to improve ventilation. Councils, once again, facing cuts in the midst of hugely unprecedented times when services and hard-working staff are stretched to breaking point. Isn't it the case that the priority in these 100 days has been formalising the new coalition with the Greens? Formalising what local councils have known over the past 5 years, that budgets will continue to be cut and services, communities and jobs will suffer as a result. I do want to focus my remarks on local government in particular, and I declare an interest, Deputy Presiding Officer, as a serving councillor. I have seen firsthand how cuts passed down from the SNP government and voted through by the Greens have gutted our local councils and forced councillors and hard-working staff to make decisions that we never wanted to make. I'll take an intervention.
John Mason.
Is the member arguing that we should have given less to the NHS and more to local government?
Paul O'Kane.
No, the argument that I'm making is that local government has consistently been cut by this government and that the added pressures that have been placed on local government have created a perfect storm. So the fact of the matter is people are having to make decisions in councils that are unthinkable. In his own city of Glasgow, we see the issue with libraries. So the fact is there are choices to be made. Presiding Officer, not nearly enough has been done to ensure that councils have the money they need in order to deliver the services that are so relied upon. And I'm sure SNP members will be keen to stress, and they have already, that the first 100 days have supported local government, they will say, in terms of eye-catching policies like the refurbishment of every play park in Scotland, free bikes for children who can't afford them. But what is the reality of the delivery of those policies? Not nearly enough funding, and local government making clear that they need flexibility and no further cuts to environment budgets just to keep play parks safe and open. With only £60 million promised, clear that it's not nearly enough money to fulfil the pledge. And to me, it's plain that this government is disconnected from the reality of what is happening on the ground in local councils. And the pledge on free bikes to children in Scotland who need them, what was the reality? A pilot where councils are actually on the ground struggling to find funding to support physical activity programmes in schools and communities. At the heart of local government are its workers. And after all the work that they have put in to support our communities throughout the pandemic, they should be treated with decency. As such, the government should have started this session with a promise to properly fund local workers a fair pay rise and £15 an hour for care workers, which we have already heard that the Scottish Greens used to support and pledged to in the election. The truth of the matter is that this government have tripled austerity for local councils between 2013-14 and 21-22, and we've seen non-ring-fenced local government revenue funding cut by £937.3 million in real terms. So it is disingenuous to hear SNP members claim credit for funding music tuition, core curriculum charges in education, increased school uniform grants and refurbishing play parks, when it is their own cuts that have caused these needs in the first place. As we promised at the election, Scottish Labour will focus on providing a real alternative that addresses our national recovery, protects the NHS and properly funds local government to ensure that all of our communities have the support they need to come through this difficult period and recover fully. Beyond yet another self-promoted historic 100 days and another historic deal with the Scottish Greens, We on these benches will focus on speaking up for our communities who are being so badly let down by this government. And I support the motion in Anna Sauer's name.
Thank you. And I now call on CoCab Stewart, who will be the last speaker in the open debate. Ms Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and please accept my apologies for my lack of understanding of protocols at the beginning of this debate. As Scotland and the wider world continues to tackle COVID-19, the many varied challenges it presents, I welcome that the Scottish Government has started this Parliament on the front foot and is focused on the delivery of its manifesto commitments. In only 100 days, this Government has already taken significant strides to improve the lives of people the length and breadth of Scotland, and my fellow members have already mentioned several of them already in this debate. A clear commitment was made by the SNP that if they were re-elected, the people of Scotland would be choosing a First Minister and a Cabinet who would prioritise their safety in moving towards relaxation of restrictions and recovery. The success of our vaccination programme administered by the incredible NHS was critical to this. The success of the vaccination programme in Scotland has taken hard work and determination. Having completed first doses for all over 18s who attended their scheduled appointments by mid-July, being well on track to offer second doses to all adults by mid-September, and having begun vaccinating 16 and 17-year-olds, this puts Scotland significantly ahead of the majority of other world nations. To have many of our everyday activities restored, this has been an incredibly emotional time for constituents everywhere, but Glasgow Kelvin in particular, who have reached out to share their thanks, notably the service users of the Annex Healthy Living Centre in Partick. This community resource rallied round during lockdowns, and it's been heartwarming to see that their programme activities is back up and running with classes every week. The move beyond level 0 has been hard-earned, and the sacrifices everyone has made over the past year and a half can never be overstated. While the increasing case numbers should make us all pause for thought, that's why I continue to be grateful for this government for being measured and ensuring that public health remains central to their decision-making during this ongoing and complex challenge. Of the many achievements so far, it will come as no surprise that I welcome the announcements and additional support being offered to children and families. The additional £50 million that have been targeted to fund recruitment of new teachers and pupil support assistants has been warmly welcomed across the teaching profession in their efforts to support, no I won't Mr Kerr, the education recovery and honours yet another commitment made by this government. In addition, the £65.5 million of permanent funding that has been allocated annually to councils from 2022-23 will help remove barriers for councils employing these additional staff on permanent contracts and meet the local needs of children and young people. I will take an intervention.
You talk about funding. Does the member agree with the coalition partner's stance that Scotland needs a totally different tax structure?
I think that I am at this moment take the opportunity to talk about the funding in teaching and education, and I will continue on that vein. It has that funding gone a considerable way to reassure the correspondence that I've had from teachers in Glasgow Kelvin, who were quite rightly concerned about their employment status and was wanting to make that permanent. It is welcome news indeed to hear the Cabinet Secretary for Education announce that the Scottish Government and local authority leaders reached an agreement to increase the National School Clothing Grant to a minimum of £120 per eligible primary school pupil and £150 for eligible secondary school pupils. And this will be supported by almost £12 million of additional funding to local authorities, which will go a significant way to remove an often hidden but substantial barrier burdened from families. The efforts made by the Government in respect of clothing grants, along with the expansion of the provision of good quality free school meals, should be warmly welcomed by all across the Chamber. As the MSP for Glasgow Kelvin, I was delighted to receive confirmation from the Cabinet Secretary for Health that hospital parking charges are finally set to end in Scotland on a permanent basis. At long last, these remaining sites will come into public hands and help phase out the legacy of PFI in hospital car parks across the country. Lastly, I would like to take a moment to celebrate our creative industries in Glasgow Kelvin, and in particular the musicians who have called in the constituency that I represent their home and their place of work. The Scottish Government's recent launch of the Touring Fund for live music is going to make a marked difference to the lives of many in Kelvin. Musicians, bands, artists and venues will be able to apply to this fund to bring new and additional concerts to venues and festivals in Scotland next year. As one of the hardest hit groups by this pandemic due to the nature of live performance, I'm sure that they will support further efforts from the Government in this area. So I'm going to finish up. I can see that my time is there, having tried to take interventions there. As a new MSP in this 100 days has reiterated to me that this Parliament can achieve well. It has also left me excited for our nation at the scope of this Parliament could have with full powers once we achieve our independence. One thing is certain, though, and it has been evident throughout this pandemic, this Government has never taken its eye off the day job, and I warmly welcome the Government's motion.
Thank you. And we will now move to closing speeches, and I call Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'd like to start where Cocab Stewart left off, and she mentioned that the record of this government in the last 100 days of office shows Parliament working well. I would fundamentally disagree with that assessment. The concept of the 100 days is an American import. It dates back to 1932 and Franklin Delano Roosevelt's election to the presidency in the teeth of the Great Depression. FDR set out to make quick and significant changes in both economic and social policy. On taking office, he summoned US Congress back for emergency session for 3 months, in which he passed no less than 36 new laws, mostly aimed at easing the effects of that depression. By any measure, the SNP should be ashamed to seek comparison on such a level. The measure of a civilised society should be in the care and protection it offers our people, first and foremost. And yet, in the 14 years it has held office, there have been warning lights blinking across the dashboard of public policy in this country. In the climate change emergency, the waits for child and adolescent mental health services, the threadbare state of our police force. The list goes on and on and on. But where FDR passed 76 acts of Congress in his first 100 days, this Scottish National Party administration, in the first 100 days of this term, passed just one. And that was the further extension of emergency powers that they have since expressed interest in keeping in perpetuity. Presiding Officer, it says a lot about the legislative priorities of this administration that the only bill to have been sent to the Queen is a law which seeks once again to extend the reach of its centralising grasp. I want to start my role as a leader of my party by seeking consensus where I can find it. But on this debate, I struggle. I really struggle. However, I am grateful to the Deputy First Minister for his assurances in his opening remarks on loneliness and isolation. I have used the quote of Honoré de Balzac, the French novelist, several times, that solitude is fine, but you need somebody there to tell you that it's fine. It's a really important reflection on the human condition. But isolation was a problem in Scotland before any of us had heard either of Wuhan, China, or of the coronavirus. And when many vulnerable citizens would go days without human contact, would spend Christmas alone. Now, I know many, actually, who saw more of those they cared about when they were bubbled up with people who were either on furlough or had more time to give them during lockdown. They are now dreading the full return to normality in work and the loneliness that will come with that and the severance of those ties. So I'm glad the government are taking that seriously. I'm also grateful for assurances around child mental health, but talk is cheap. This is a really massive issue. We have children, thousands of children, literally thousands of children, waiting more than a year for first-line assessment. In some cases, they then join a secondary queue if it's about autism or if it's another neurodiverse condition. So it has to be real and targeted interventions, not parking people on medication or referring them to the internet. I also wish to echo Douglas Ross's words around the drug death emergency. A number of us, I think, attended a very moving event this afternoon with Peter Crikand to mark International Overdose Day. And the theme that came out of that was not a party political one, but the fact that this is a particularly Scottish problem. It is not a deficiency of Scottish devolution settlement or a factor of the UK government policy. If it were, then we would have things as bad in Gloucester as they are in Glasgow, but they're not. We have it nearly 4 times as bad as any other part of these islands. Scotland needs radical solutions to that, but only because things have got so bad. It also needs a new government to deliver those solutions because the SNP have shown themselves wholly unequal to that task. And Anas Sarwar raised the issue of remand. I think that's a really important one. It's been a problem throughout COVID, but before COVID as well. And the delays in remand are perverting the course of justice in this country, with those facing charges pleading guilty to crimes they did not commit because they know they'll get a shorter sentence by so doing. I'm also grateful to Anas Sarwar for his words on long COVID. Stuart Macmillan started well, but then connected to the unavoidable umbilical cord that links every SNP backbencher's speech to the mothership. Presiding officer, there is a muscle memory to govern backbench speeches. Independence is still the land in which death shall have no dominion, but I don't even think they believe what they are saying anymore. Oliver Mundell made such an important point. I will take an intervention.
Stuart Macmillan.
I thank Alec Cole-Hamilton for taking an intervention. I'm sure Mr Cole-Hamilton will actually admit that at the beginning of my speech I did touch upon independence, but the vast majority of my speech was actually about the achievements of this Scottish Government over the last 100 days.
Alex Cole-Hamilton.
I'm very grateful for the intervention, but the achievements of this government over the last 100 days have all been, there's been a paucity of them because of this government's overwhelming focus on the institution. It's not doing my constituents any good, it's not doing your constituents any good, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I think it's probably time we just dispense with the rhetoric. We know you guys want independence, just go and shut up about it. Oliver Mundell made an important point about the delivery of laptops to children after the fact. He was right to point out that the absence of humility in the SNP in that regard, getting people things that they need in good time, is an aspect of good government but has not been delivered. Carol Morven touched upon that in her passionate call for reform in the rented sector. I want to congratulate Fulton on his new child, but also Paul Kane had a big life event in the summer as well, getting married as he did. It's always good, I think, to recognise those things. Whilst there were proficient speeches from Gillian Mackay, Gillian Martin and Corcab Stewart, they all missed the underlying point that this government's attention is elsewhere. Presiding Officer, I know my time is up, but I will go back to where I started in his first 100 days. FDR, in the grip of a national crisis, recalled Congress and passed 76 laws to effect immediate change. This country is in need of immediate change, but we've been found wanting under this government.
Thank you. Jackie Bailey.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Let me leave aside the obvious confusion of a government that has been in power for 14 years having a document entitled First Steps, when clearly these are not the first steps, never mind the first 100 days for the SNP. Let me also leave aside the debate about when the 100 days started, as ministers have been in charge throughout the entire period of the election. But given these facts, the 100 days promises lack ambition and there are glaring omissions. So let me instead focus on the substance of what is before us today and the context in which it lands. Given that we are still in the middle of a pandemic, with case numbers at their highest ever levels in the last week, and the pressure on our NHS reaching crisis proportions, the NHS recovery plan fell short of expectations and fell short of what is actually needed. COVID-positive cases have been rising, and following the return of schools are at the highest levels recorded. On Saturday, there were over 7,500 cases recorded. The numbers in hospital are increasing too, more than 50% higher than they were a mere week ago. Test and Protect are struggling to cope. PCR testing kits ran out for days on end in Helensburgh due to the surge of cases, and I know people today from Greenock were being sent to Helensburgh or Irvine because there were no more appointments locally. And the vaccination rate has slowed. 200,000 people in Scotland are due their second dose but haven't received it yet. And contact tracing is only able to deal with the highest risk cases, all but stopping identifying close contacts because they are just so overwhelmed. It's particularly disappointing in relation to second doses, knowing how important vaccination is in protecting people from COVID, that these are now overdue. And I would urge quick action from the Scottish Government on that regard. Scottish Labour have repeatedly made calls for drop-in clinics, mobile vaccination clinics, suggested creative ways of setting young people to take up vaccinations, but the Scottish Government have been slow to act. And there is no joined-up substantial action on long COVID, as many members across the chamber have raised. But let me look at the pressure on the NHS. And can I start by very much agreeing with Gillian Mackay's comment about GPs. They and their staff have been working tirelessly to support colleagues in secondary care. They do, yes, need to return to doing work in primary care, but to suggest that they haven't been working is entirely wrong. And I regret that that impression has been given by the Scottish Government. Waiting times at A&E are at their highest for 6 years, and despite the best efforts of staff who deserve our praise and thanks, more than 1,000 people are waiting more than 8 hours to be seen. Hundreds more waiting more than 12 hours. And yet there are fewer people attending A&E than was experienced at pre-pandemic levels. So what the clinicians are seeing are more complex cases that have failed to be diagnosed during the pandemic that require hospitalisation. Many health boards, including now NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde, have cancelled elective surgery and are almost on a daily basis escalating code black measures such as the crisis that they are facing. And of course the ambulance service is under huge strain too. Waiting times are soaring as the service is unable to keep pace with demand. There are examples of people who are seriously ill waiting for hours and hours before an ambulance arrives. In my constituency, one man died in the ambulance after waiting 4.5 hours for it to arrive. The ambulance never left his driveway. Now, that's not the fault of the staff. That is down to a lack of resources being given by the Scottish Government. Turnaround times at A&E far too long, and that stops ambulances being available for their next call. A quick trip to the A&E at the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital will show you ambulances queued right around the block waiting to drop off patients. And this is all before the winter flu season starts, piling even more pressure on the NHS. There wasn't much in the recovery plan, presiding officer, that addressed these immediate pressures. Measures to improve workforce planning, welcome. But we've had at least 3 workforce plans in the last Parliament and not much has changed. In fact, it's got worse. Today we see from the Scottish Government figures that over 600,000 Scots are on NHS waiting lists, some for diagnostics, others for treatment. Having a recovery plan, yes, is better than not having one at all. But of course, let me remind you, Jean Freeman announced a remobilisation plan for the NHS in December 2020. We welcomed it then. She set up a remobilisation working group to deliver on the actions outlined. It met every month. Then along comes Humza Yousaf as the new Cabinet Secretary for Health. Meetings cancelled, and the group has only met once since. That doesn't really suggest that this is a priority for the Cabinet Secretary nor the SNP government. No wonder the First Minister reportedly had to send the plan back and publication was delayed for a fortnight. Presiding officer, I'm running out of time, so let me touch on one glaring omission in the 100 Days plan, and that is social care. Where is the remobilisation plan for social care? The restarting of respite care, the restoration of care packages for people, the support for carers, the rewarding of care workers with a wage rise of £15 an hour, something that Scottish Labour was proud to campaign for at the budget, but the SNP and Greens voted down. Where are all those services to support and enhance the dignity of our older people and those with disabilities. Presiding Officer, the 100 Days Plan is a very mixed bag. Things missing, other elements seriously underwhelming, and some initiatives to welcome, like the COVID public inquiry. But in all of this, it is implementation that counts, and what impact this has on the people of Scotland. And on that count, the SNP will be judged. And so far, I have to say, Presiding Officer, the people of Scotland deserve so much better than this.
Thank you, Ms Bailey, and I call on Murdo Fraser to wind up for the Conservatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I start by congratulating Lorna Slater and Patrick Harvie on their appointment as Scottish Ministers. Although we may have the odd political disagreement from time to time, nevertheless it is a great honour to ask to be appointed as one of the Queen's Ministers. And I congratulate them on that appointment. I wish them well in it, and I hope they will advise her well in their new roles.
Not from a sedentary position, please, Mr Harvie. Minister.
Now, of course, the appointment of these two ministers means that we have the biggest and most expensive government ever in the history of devolution. So I hope it is worth all the money that is being devoted to it. Now, Alex Cole-Hamilton, in his winding-up speech, gave us a history lesson about the concept of 100 days, the first 100 days in government. There's nothing, of course, scientific or magical about a 100-day period. It is a measure that politicians set themselves to judge their progress. And given that the SNP government themselves made a number of claims about what they would achieve in the first 100 days, it's only reasonable for the opposition to test the claims they made against what they actually delivered. And against that test, the SNP government has been found to be wanting, as we've heard throughout this debate. This week, we should have been debating the programme for government. We do that every session. Every year, the first week back after the summer recess, that's what we do. But that debate has been delayed for a week, meaning we and the rest of the country are still waiting to hear what the government's priorities are for the coming year in terms of its legislative programme, in terms of its other initiatives. And the unrelenting focus on COVID recovery that we had been promised from the First Minister was somewhat lacking in the speeches she made earlier this afternoon. Now, in the 100 Days document published by the SNP, despite all the spin we've heard from their benches this afternoon, they made promises that they have failed to deliver. They failed to remove unnecessary elements of coronavirus legislation, which they promised to do. So they retain the ability, for example, to release prisoners early from prison. They promised to vaccinate all adults and have failed to deliver on that. They failed to deliver fair results for pupils, given the issues we've seen with the SQA awards, and they failed in their promise not to push for another independence referendum when we know that is the centrepiece of their agreement with the Scottish Greens. And earlier in the debate, Douglas Ross set out a whole list of policy failures from this government. The worst set of drug deaths in Europe. An attainment gap in education wider now than any year since 2017. Huge and growing waiting lists in the NHS for operations, for vital treatments and, shamefully, for mental health. People waiting still to see a GP face-to-face. As Anna Sarwar and Alex Cole-Hamilton reminded us, a lack of support for those crippled by long COVID. On the justice system, tens of thousands of unanswered calls to the police at number 101, community sentences not completed and not followed up on, an enormous backlog in the court system with justice delayed for too many victims of crime. That is the record of this SNP government after 100 days. Now, one thing they have achieved, of course, is the deal with the Scottish Green Party, a deal causing a great deal of concern across Scotland, causing concern in the business community, that we now see at the heart of government for the first time in Scotland, people who don't just not believe in economic growth, but people who are actively hostile to it. We have a party whose co-leader supports the nonsense that is modern monetary theory, and who says it isn't possible to run out of money. I'm sure Kate Forbes is very interested in that particular theory. A party whose policies would cause devastation to those whose jobs depend upon the oil and gas sector, particularly in the north east of Scotland, from a party who would pursue a slash-and-burn approach to that industry. And we see concern raised from representatives of the farming community, of the fishing community, of rural industries, as to the impact that green policies would have upon them and their dismay at extremists now being brought into government, as Oliver Mundell reminded us. We see questions being raised in the Highlands and in the North East about what the Greens government will mean for vital road safety projects, such as dualling of the A9 and the A96. And despite the best efforts of Graham Simpson, we had no clarity from the First Minister on that question earlier. The Greens claim they have secured a shift away from road building. There are a whole host of other local road projects absolutely necessary to help save lives, prevent accidents, reduce congestion and pollution and assist economic growth, which could now be at risk thanks to the Greens being in government. In my own home area of Perth and Kinross, one such good example is the Cross-Tay Link Road project, one which is essential not just to unlock the economic potential of East Perthshire, but vital to reduce congestion and air pollution already at dangerous levels in Perth city centre. It's a project which depends upon financial assistance from the Scottish Government. It's also a project we know that the Greens are actively hostile towards. If we read Mr Mark Ruskell's press releases on the subject, he's never done condemning it. Will this vital project be sacrificed on the altar of the SP Green Deal, or will it be allowed to proceed? There are many similar questions to which we await answers on many other projects, vital road improvements across the country. We need to know if they're going to go ahead. And against this backdrop, it is little wonder there are so many on the SNP benches in this Parliament who are concerned at the direction of this deal and where it is taking them and taking Scotland. But, Presiding Officer, we know what this deal was all about. It was all about trying to bring forward another unwanted independence referendum. Because according to the draft shared policy programme published on the 20th of August, it is the intention of the SNP and Greens to bring forward that referendum within the first half of the 5-year parliamentary session. At a time when we should be focusing on COVID recovery, when the First Minister promised that would be her unrelenting focus, instead we see this Scottish Government making its real priority the breaking up of the United Kingdom, and within the next 2 years. So instead of promoting division, Deputy Presiding Officer, we could have had a consensus here. We could have had an agreement on what Scotland needs to do to rebuild our economy, to create jobs to replace those that have been lost, to restore our public services, such as health and education, and start investing in our vital transport infrastructure. These should have been the priorities of the first 100 days in government. Instead, they have gone down the route of jumping into bed with a party who want to take Scotland back and not forward. This is the government Scotland didn't vote for, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, I said earlier that Alex Cole-Hamilton gave us a history lesson. Perhaps the most famous 100 days in history were in 1815, between the time that Napoleon Bonaparte arrived in Paris after escaping from exile in Elba. Within 100 days, he had been defeated by the forces of Britain and Prussia at the Battle of Waterloo and sent back into exile. The First Minister will be hoping that she has more success than Bonaparte did, but in doing a deal with the extremist, anti-business, anti-growth Greens, she is sowing the seeds of her own government's destruction.
Thank you. I would now call on the Deputy First Minister, John Swinney, to wind up for the Government. And if you could take us, please, to decision time. Deputy First Minister, thank you.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And there's been an interesting point at the heart of this debate, which Douglas Ross and Murdo Fraser have been on the opposite side of. And I'm obviously going to reflect, Presiding Officer, on a number of comments that Douglas Ross made. He's not present. I don't know the reason why.
I could explain. He has given notice to the
I understand he has given notice, but in terms of parliamentary protocol, I would not normally refer to a member if they were not here. But because he opened the debate, I feel I have to do so. But I want to be clear about that intention in his absence. Douglas Ross and Murdo Fraser were on opposite points in this debate, because Douglas Ross led the charge for saying this debate shouldn't be happening, and Murdo Fraser led the charge for saying this is an opportunity to scrutinise the government. So there, at the opening debate of this session of Parliament, we have the Conservatives facing in opposite directions together. This is an opportunity which, according to Murdo Fraser, is an opportunity to scrutinise the government and, according to his leader, it's a debate that shouldn't be happening. Of course, I'll give way to Mr Mundell.
Oliver Mundell.
I thank the Deputy First Minister for giving way, but doesn't he think that point's a bit rich on a day when he's gone into government with a group of politicians who don't believe in economic growth?
Deputy First Minister.
I don't think that's a relevant comment whatsoever, because it's quite clear that on certain issues Patrick Harvey and Lorna Slater and I are never going to agree, but we've agreed to cooperate in the spirit of the new politics. And of course there's been a lot of discussion about the new politics in this chamber today. And I don't think that Douglas Ross or Oliver Mundell or Murdo Fraser will get, frankly, anywhere on the subject of new politics with the language that they've used to describe fellow members of Parliament today, because the language has been fundamentally disrespectful. And why do I say that? Well, it's also relevant to the question about whether this has been a 100 days debate or the 5,234-day debate. Because Stephen Kerr has marshalled the argument that we've had 5,234 days. It's obviously been part of the Tory script because they've all used it. Dean Lockhart, Murdo Fraser, Oliver Mundell, Douglas Ross, they've all churned it out. The inconvenient fact that they miss is the fact that this government has been elected on 4 occasions to serve the people over that time. And presiding officer, the language, the style, the rhetoric, the argument that's been piled out by the Conservatives today has been the same bile that they've piled out in 2011, 2016, 2021, and they're over there and we're over here, and we're here for the 4th time. So this, presiding officer, is me providing some gentle advice to the Conservatives that their approach to this debate is frankly getting them nowhere. Because they piled this out in 2021. It was to be the end of this government. They threw absolutely everything at us in the run-up to the 2021 election, and they gained not a single seat in this Parliament. We, in fact, gained a seat in this Parliament and came back with 64 members, and our colleagues in the Green Party gained 3 seats in this Parliament. So my advice to Oliver Mundell, before I accept his next intervention, is to point out that the strategy, the vile strategy that he and his party have pursued, has got them absolutely nowhere, and they need to think again.
Oliver Mundell.
I thank the Deputy First Minister for giving way. I'm pleased that the SNP think that shouting and clapping are a substitute for ideas to take our country forward. And after everything the SNP have thrown at their campaign for independence and their divisive attempts to break up our United Kingdom by stealth, does he not reflect on the fact that there was no majority in Scotland for an SNP government that wanted to hold a second independence referendum?
Deputy First Minister.
Can I just remind Oliver Mundell that the Conservatives lost the election? And they lost the 2019 general election in Scotland when they told us that IndyRef 2 was on the ballot paper. Jackson Carlaw, a man consigned to the backbenches, led a campaign in 2019 telling us that IndyRef was on the ballot paper in 2019. Everyone had to come out and vote to stop it. And what happened? The SNP hammered the Tories once again. The Tories lost half their seats. So I would simply say to the Conservatives, the strategy is not working. Oh, I can't resist.
Because
Stephen Kerr.
Because Deputy Presiding Officer, perhaps we can calm the Deputy First Minister down and we can return him to the subject of this debate. I tried to intervene on Cocab Stewart, someone who I actually have a personal respect for, to ask her this question, which I will now put to the Deputy First Minister, in the hope that he might address the substance of policy and delivery. During the summer, it was disclosed in a parliamentary answer to me that 1 in 8 teachers in Scotland are on temporary contracts. That is shameful. So will this government take steps to underpin the commitment to fund those places to local authorities so that they can give those teachers permanent contracts?
Deputy First Minister.
If Mr Kerr had been paying attention, he would find that we had reached a financial agreement with local authorities over the summer to do exactly that, as well as extending the teaching profession. So if he did his homework before he came to Parliament, it would be nice. Now, a lot has been said in the course of the debate about the agreement that we have reached with the Scottish Green Party. And I'm going to make no apology for an agreement that focuses on taking the necessary action on tackling climate change, on delivering economic recovery in the aftermath of COVID, about tackling endemic child poverty, which will be made worse if universal credit cuts are delivered by the Tory government in Westminster, and an agreement that gives the people of this country the right to decide on their constitutional future as they chose their members of Parliament to enable them to do so. Because there were 71 members elected to this Parliament committed to an independence referendum, and I believe the people of Scotland should have the right to have that referendum. I'll give way to
Tess White.
Will the Cabinet Secretary agree with your new coalition partner's stance that the oil and gas sector must transition or die?
Cabinet Secretary.
I think everybody in the Parliament believes in a just transition on the oil and gas sector. We all recognise there's got to be a move away from hydrocarbons. That's the way we've got to tackle climate change. But the difference between this government, of which my colleagues are a member, and the Conservatives is that the Conservatives were prepared to throw people on the scrap heap of industrial decline in the 1980s, and this government will not do that. Now, Presiding Officer, the last thing that I want to mention is the fact that in the speech that Douglas Ross made, he made a big thing about the fact that the debate had to focus on the reality of the day. And I've tried to do that with my comments about COVID recovery in my earlier speech and in this one, and in some of the challenges that we face, and also in the accomplishments that the government has delivered. But in his entire speech to Parliament earlier on today, Douglas Ross made absolutely not a single mention of the havoc being created and inflicted on our society by Brexit. Farmers in my constituency unable to harvest their product or take it to market because there is not the capacity in the supply chain to handle it. Fish producers who cannot take their product to market because of the ludicrous... I will give way to Mr Carson, yes.
Thank you. Finlay Carson.
Thank you for taking my intervention. Does the Deputy First Minister agree with his new ministers that we should have a cut in the production of red meat in Scotland, which would result in offshoring our carbon to countries which have a considerably higher carbon footprint than we have here in Scotland?
Well,
Deputy First Minister, if you could wind up, please.
I will do, President Officer. Our partnership agreement is committed to a buoyant future for Scottish agriculture, which is being challenged by the lunacy of Brexit forced upon us by the Conservative Party. And there has been not a word of apology or explanation for the chaos that is now inflicted upon the people of this country who cannot get access to basic foodstuffs that Michael Gove promised us we would be able to get access to after Brexit. Maybe a little bit too much time in the nightclubs of Scotland and not enough time in the day job is what's going on with Michael Gove. So, Presiding Officer, this government has undertaken a significant programme of work to achieve the commitments we made in our first 100 days document. We will continue to pursue that approach for the remainder of this parliamentary term. We will do so in a spirit of partnership with our colleagues in the Green Party. And if the opposition wishes to engage in that process, they will be welcome to do so. But I suggest, particularly for the Conservatives, the tone of their contribution has got to change significantly before anyone takes them seriously.
Thank you. That concludes the debate on the first 100 days delivering for the people of Scotland. It's now time to move on to the next item of business, which is consideration of 2 Parliamentary Bureau motions. And I ask George Adam, on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, to move motions 995 on committee membership and 994 on substitutions to committee membership.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer, and formally moved.
Thank you. The questions on these motions will be put at decision time, and there are 5 questions to be put as a result of today's business. The first question is that Amendment 978.3 in the name of Douglas Ross, which seeks to amend Motion 978 in the name of John Swinney on the first 100 days, delivering for the people of Scotland, be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we will move to a vote. There will be a short suspension to allow members to access the digital voting system. Okay, thank you. The question is that Amendment 978.3 in the name of Douglas Ross, which seeks to amend Motion 978 in the name of John Swinney on first 100 days delivering for the people of Scotland, be agreed, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is now closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 978.3 in the name of Douglas Ross is yes 50, no 73. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. The next question is that amendment 978.2 in the name of Anna Sarwar, which seeks to amend motion 978 in the name of John Swinney on first 100 days, delivering for the people of Scotland, be agreed. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we will move to a vote, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is now closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 978.2 in the name of Anna Sarwar is yes 55, no 68. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. The next question is that amendment 978.1 in the name of Alex Cole-Hamilton, which seeks to amend motion 978 in the name of John Swinney on first 100 days delivering for the people of Scotland, be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we will move to a vote and members should cast their votes now. The vote is now closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 978.1 in the name of Alex Cole-Hamilton is yes 55, no 68. The amendment is therefore not agreed. The next question is that motion 978 in the name of John Swinney on first 100 days delivering for the people of Scotland be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we will move to a vote and members should cast their votes now. The vote is now closed. The result of the vote on motion 978 in the name of John Swinney is yes 67, no 55. There were no abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed. And I propose to ask a single question on 2 Parliamentary Bureau motions. If any member objects, please say so now. No member has objected. Therefore, the question is that motions 995 and 994 in the name of George Adam on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau be agreed. Are we all agreed? That concludes decision time, and we will now move on to members' business, and I would ask members who are leaving the chamber to do so quietly. Thank you.